Good morning and happy Friday, Mega.
Morning, Jack.
We are sliding into the end of our week three. Get through a very busy open house weekend and showing weekend, and then start on Monday, our last week of Mega. It is all going by in a blink. It always goes by so much faster than you think it ever will. Okay, today's a very special class. Today is the new home construction NHC certification from the National Association of Realtors. If you've taken this class before, show me your hands. Renee has. Okay. Mohammed has. All right. This is not a mega module. This is an NHC module, and NAR charges $135 for the NHC module. You do not have to pay for the module. You do not have to pay anything at all. But if you're expecting to get credit for this class, it is a certification that is going to help you if you've not yet earned your ABR, because this will act as an elective for the ABR class. And we're doing a little bit of a twist on it anyway because it is infused with Mega and all the rest. But today is about how we change our approach when we have a client that is looking to purchase a new home rather than a resale home. How we work with the onsite is different than how we work with an agent on the other side of a transaction. The builder has a different role than a typical seller does. The contracts are different. Everything is really different. And so we're going to really talk about how specifically to work in the world of new construction and not make the mistake which a lot of agents make, which is apply what they know to resell to new construction, and you'll feel a lot of friction there. You'll feel some friction with the on-site. You'll feel some friction with the transaction because it's not the same thing. So glad to see all of you here. I know some of you have taken it before. Let's let's see if we can walk away with today with some new nuggets, some new pieces of information that maybe we didn't have before. Lisa, are you ready with points?
Nope, I am not ready with points. I sent you a Teams.
Okay.
Sorry, not ready.
So when you are ready, let us know. So as I mentioned, this is a new home construction class. This is an elective for ABR. This is a certification class from the National Association of Realtors. If you have any questions regarding fees, please get with Miguel Stapleton in our accounting department. The certification is $135. You do not have to pay that if you don't want to. If you don't pay it, then you won't get credit. And if you don't get credit, that is okay. You are still in Mega. First little field trip that we're going to take together is jumping into our MLSs. I'm going to share my screen. Do you remember last or earlier this week when we got into the MLS and I walked you through setting up your portal notification settings and your header and footer stuff? We're going to do something similar to that. We're going to go to, oh, thank you. Yay, coffee. We're going to go to uh, Builder's Update inside the MLS, and we're going to do something similar. It is true that a lot of the builder inventory is in the MLS, but how did it get there? And does it really even belong there? So, what is required? I know this seems simplistic, but that's okay. What's required of us in order to be able to put a property in the MLS? Sherry, go ahead.
A listing agreement.
Yep. We have to have a subscription to the MLS and we have to have a listing agreement with the seller, and that's it. So the builder, oftentimes they're building a home and maybe they're not building a home. Maybe they just own a lot. Does the builder know what every single lot that they own is ultimately going to sell for? They don't, do they? They have no idea. But yet they have all of these lots all over the place and they have no idea even what home's going to put on there. Maybe they've got seven different floor plans, and each one of those seven floor plans has five different variations of elevation and different things they can add to the property. And the ultimate sales price is going to be who knows what. So the MLS doesn't do a really good job with that because the MLS says, show me the pictures of the outside, show me the price. And there is none of this, right? There's none of that at all. Now, maybe the builder built a spec home, and maybe the spec home is at cabinets, and maybe they're building it to sell to us, anyone. So it's already, it's going to be completed, and they do know a price. Great. Spec homes make sense to be in the MLS. So a lot of what real estate agents are looking for are homes on the ground now, because most agents are really good at having a client today that wants to buy a home today. So that means when they're going out and looking at resale, that if that buyer is like the typical buyer who needs to take possession of the property in the next 30, 60 days, then probably the majority of new construction is not going to work for them at all because 90% of the new construction out there is not going to be done in 60 days. And so it's just going to be those properties that the builder builded as a spec home to be able to sell to anyone to keep their sales going as people are coming in and buying a custom house or buying a property that they're going to build out themselves. Pick the lot, pick the floor plan, have the home built with all of their choices and selections that they choose from the design center. So, what is our role with a typical seller? The seller owns the property, they sign an agreement with the brokerage, we put it in the MLS. But the builder's a little bit of different of a role. They are building the home to sell it to someone. In the listing agreement, they typically don't have a listing agent representing them, do they? They typically have an onsite, and that onsite represents them as an employee. And most onsites, if they do have a real estate agent, there's a contract between the builder and the onsite that says you need to put your license in active. Why do you think that is? Why do you think a builder would want the onsite to have their license on inactive status? Jennifer.
Conflict of interest.
Conflict
Okay.
of interest because they can sell other homes.
So what is another let's dig into the conflict of interest. It's more than just a conflict of interest.
Is it because the
Co-
builder is not a broker?
No.
Coaching clients potentially.
Ooh, that's an interesting one. Certainly is an interesting one, but that's not it. But they may be afraid that the agent is going to have people walking in the front door of their company, the builder, and go sell them other homes and not even try to convert them on their property. No, it has to do with the fiduciary duties. We're a fiduciary, aren't we?
Yeah, I was
Is the
actually about to follow that up with fiduciary, that their fiduciary wouldn't be to the seller, to the builder that they work for.
That's right. So the onsite has no fiduciary duty to a buyer. They have a fiduciary duty to their employer because they're an employee. So when you show up to the builder, one of the biggest value propositions that you have is Mr. and Mrs. Buyer, no one's looking out for your best interest here. Only you. And if you hire me, then me. I'll be the only one looking out for your best interest. Does a lender have a fiduciary duty with a borrower?
Yes.
Not on your life. They have a fiduciary duty to the depositors if it's a local bank like a credit union, or to their employer if they're a correspondent lender or they're a middle broker. They have a duty to their employer, not to the buyer. So they have a duty to make as much money as they can for their employer. They have a duty to look out for their employer's best interest, not the buyers. Buyers beware. So in a real estate transaction, the onsite is not there to look out for the buyer's best interest. Now, the onsite is the salesperson, and the onsite may have some conflicted feelings about their role. Because on one hand, They want to have a good reputation. They want the buyers to like them, especially if they're a yellow personality, which is likely what the builder is going to hire as a yellow and a green. They're going to want the buyer to like them, and they're not going to want to have conflict. So they're going to do what they can to try to pave the way and make it smooth. But when it comes to pricing, when it comes to selections, when it comes to upselling options, they're not there to look out for the buyer's best interest, and they can't look out for the buyer's best interest. They have to look out for the builder's interest. Now, the reason that the builder doesn't want or will not allow the onsite to be a licensed real estate agent is Chapter 531, Canons of Professional Ethics and Conduct, the Fidelity, Integrity, and Competency Rules. The TREC says that we have to put the client ahead of everyone, including ourselves. The builders can make, no, that's not happening. Also, scrupulous and meticulous and um, all these other things. So there's a lot going on there. I think that most on-sites who are working for a builder also would not want to be put in what you guys came out the gate with, which is a conflict of interest. The conflict of interest isn't necessarily with the builder. The conflict of interest sits solely with the employee who has an employer saying, you need to look out for my best interest, and then Trek saying, you have to put the client first. So the party that has a conflict of interest is really the on-site, if they had a license active, not the builder. The builder, on the other hand, is going to look at them and say, no, I am not going to have an employee who doesn't look out for my best interest. That's crazy. So that is why we look at the onsite after this class in a very different role. Now, I like to look at the onsite as a referral. I like to refer my client to the builder because ultimately the builder is going to build this home. They have their policies, they have their contracts, they have all of that going on. So, yes, I have brokerage services, truck duties, and NAR Code of Ethics, all of these umbrellas that are over me telling me that I need to provide as much advice and opinions so that my consumer is the most aware and competent consumer as possible based on my advice. Our job is to inform them on the road ahead so they don't fall into pitfalls. But at the end of the day, we are referring them to the builder. So when we take them to the builder, we're going to step back and we're going to let the builder do their job. But that means that we should have had a conversation with them ahead of time about what it means to be working with a builder. Builder sells a product and they sell it to you, and they have their own level of standard of what they consider complete is, and they have their own standard of what their idea of what a completed home and what the condition of a completed home should be. And the client could have a very different view of what they think the condition should be. I can tell you that 99% of the buyers that I've had in the past, um, when we get to the paint, had I not had a conversation with them about what builders do to paint a home, it would have been a meltdown. I'm going to tell you two things that we're going to talk about later that's sort of a spoiler alert. Number one, real estate agents have no business putting tape on walls, doing the property walks. That is not something you should be doing. And I even have agents who have a little toolbox in the back of their car with all different color tape for that specific job, and they go through the house putting paint all over the wall. You are not the buyer, and you have absolutely no right. And I would go as far as to say that Trek would even have an issue with you being out there too, because you are way overstepping your authority of a real estate agent. So, as I'm walking the property before we go out there, I say builders will spray one thin coat of paint on the walls. They're not going to roll the walls. They're not going to seal it. The paint has not been primed. The entire home is going to need to be painted. When you take possession of a new home, the first thing you're going to need to do is paint the entire home. It's not going to be painted the way that you want it to be painted, unless you buy a custom home and you have that as part of your contract, that they're going to roll it. And that's going to set the right expectations, that you're going to take a flashlight and put it horizontal against the wall and shine it against the wall so that you can see the shadows of all of the texture. And you're going to see where there's missing paint everywhere because their idea of what is finished, and you can force the builder to come back a second time and force the builder to come back a third time, and they're going to have their painters spray it again. And you might have it a little better, but you've got to set the expectation of the buyer of what it is that they are buying and what the expectation should be so that the buyer has a better idea. Because if they have the wrong expectation, the entire process is going to be wrong. If you set the expectation that the builder is going to build a new home and it's going to be perfect, you're also going to be letting the buyer down because they're going to be very disappointed because it's not going to be perfect. I bought a model home, and the very first thing that I did before I moved in was have the entire home painted inside and out. Had landscaping moved around, did all kinds of things to it. I ripped out carpet that was in the primary bedroom and put in hardwood floors because they had custom carpet in there that I did not want. And so not everyone is going to have that kind of luxury or budget, but we're going to talk about a whole lot of different things that's going to frame our mind a little bit differently. But the first thing out the gate is builders update and where we can find inventory to help our buyer. So the MLS is between client, home seller, and brokerage, and the builder doesn't have a real estate broker representing them. They're representing themselves in the sale of a property that they've built. They don't need a real estate agent. They need a salesperson to help the buyer through the process. They need a construction manager. They need a construction crew. They need a sales department. They need their C-suite. They need their leadership team, but they don't need a real estate broker. Now, smaller builders who are building three, four, five homes, sometimes instead of having an entire sales department, they will hire a real estate broker. And that real estate broker will have a listing agreement on the property. And that real estate agent will represent the builder as a real estate agent. That is true. But your larger builders, they do not. They have an onsite and they don't have a real estate brokerage who is representing them. So then the question becomes, you do see their inventory in the MLS sometimes. And there is someone at DR Horton that puts their inventory in. There is someone at Lennar that's putting their inventory in, but it's not a broker. There are an MLS, and by the way, it is a broker, but it's not a through a typical listing agreement. It is through a marketing agreement. And the compensation that is going on between that broker and the builder is likely zero compensation. Most of the time, the builders are not paying anything to the broker to put the data in the MLS because they're doing it for the leads, and they're doing it for the relationship. And they might get paid something. The builder might be paying them $300, $500. I've seen that. I've seen builders pay 1% before, but not the nationwide large ones. And it's a privilege to put the builder inventory in, but there's also a lot of responsibility because now you and your broker, who has this marketing agreement with the builder, now has the MLS rules and the NAR Code of Ethics squarely on your shoulders and the advertising rules of Trek squarely on your shoulders for this particular property. And it might be at some varying stage of construction, and it very well could be that every single Friday the builder has new incentives that they're pushing out. Now, do you have to be accurate in your pricing and accurate in all of your warranties that you make in the MLS? You absolutely do. Because Article 12, advertising and code of ethics, and everything that Trek says about your requirement to have truth in advertising, as well as CFPB and all the rest. And so that means that if you're putting builder inventory in, that you have to have some kind of structure in place that, or a process in place, SOPs, that's going to be getting all of the information from the builder and making all of those changes, whether or not they're offering concessions. The builder might tell you, we want you to advertise a commission. And you have to tell the builder, I'm not allowed to do that in the MLS. Okay, well, can't you just do it some other way and figure it out or hint about it in the comments? No, no, I can't hint about it in the comments. And so they may ask you to do things that you can't do, and that may interfere with your marketing agreement that you have with them. So you have to be very careful with this one. Not all builder inventory in the MLS, but a good chunk of it is. And the inventory that is in the MLS is a real estate agent who has some kind of marketing agreement with the builder, which is why when you look at and you're reading the MLS, you see an agent on the bottom and you call the agent and say, "Hey, I have questions about this one. I have a client that wants to see it." "Yeah, don't call me about this." "What do you mean don't call you? You're the listing agent." And they're thinking, "Okay, well, this agent doesn't understand." And they're like, "Look, don't call me." Click. And they'll hang up on you. And they'll have all of the MLS. "Do not call listing agent. Do not call listing agent. Here's the phone number for the onsite." Some MLSs don't allow the phone number to the onsite because they're a non-member and they don't want that. And so every MLS has different rules. So if you're putting property in multiple different MLSs, then now you're going to have to learn those rules really, really well so that you can make sure that you're fielding those calls in such a way that makes sense. But if it's a real estate agent that has questions or wants to submit an offer, obviously you're not going to take those offers. Those offers have to go somewhere else. But if you did have a listing agreement, some agents get this wrong. They go out to a builder, they have a builder they put a listing agreement together so they can put it in the MLS because they don't know better. And the builder doesn't know better. And now a listing agreement signed. One of your minimum duties that you have as a real estate agent is to submit all offers and counter offers timely and objectively. And that's one of the minimum core duties that's in the IABS. And it very well could be that that agent has should have had a marketing agreement because they're not going to accept the offer and they're not going to present it and they're going to send the offer back to the person who sent it to them and said, "No, send it to the onsite." And now they have failed TREC duties because they got the wrong document signed in the first place. So, very different world that we're in when we're dealing with builders and inventory because the construct is different. So, the right way to do it is through a marketing agreement. Now, yes, the MLS does have some inventory from some marketing agreements and it's changing all the time. And we're trying to understand where it is in the build process because that might not be very clear. There is another app inside our MLS. In fact, there's two of them. One is called New Home Source, and the other one is called Builders Update. HAR, CTX MLS, Actress, and Netris all have this. I'm not 100% sure if San Antonio has these, but you can still get access to it if you have CTX MLS. And you click on Builders Update through the single sign-on of the MLS, and it brings you to a branded new home MLS that you may or may not even knew existed. And this isn't an MLS in the way that we understand how MLS works. Because builder onsites have the ability to add inventory to this. Not only do the builder onsites have the ability to add inventory, but they're getting feeds from all the different MLSs and they're trying to compile all of the data in one place. And so if you have a client who's looking for new construction, this might be a better place to take them. But you can set up a portal for them, a preset search here, just like you can in the MLS. So if you have a client that's looking in the marketplace and they're looking for incentives and they're looking for a builder, putting a profile for them here is a really good choice. Now you'll notice that it has my profile. When you click my profile, it's going to take you to a page where you should have your company picture, your company logo, your email address, and all of this information filled out. And so that's why I brought you here, because sometimes people stumble upon Builder's Update, which is the one that I recommend you use out of the two between New Home Resource and Builder's Update. I recommend this one. It has more inventory than the other one. A lot of the inventory those two have is crossover, but there are subsets of data where some builders are only in one and only in the other. And so if you really want a complete picture of the inventory in the market and your client is buying new and resale, the only way to get a true picture of the inventory is using the MLS, using New Home Resource and Builders Update, and having a relationship with the onsites and know what new communities are coming into the area. And how can we know what new communities are coming into the area? Well, that's a perfect segue into the conversation we're going to have at our first, coming back from our first break, which is going to your city council meetings and hearing what's going on from planning and zoning about what new developments are coming, which is a great thing for you as a practitioner on the ground in a specific marketplace to be knowing about. So part of your homework assignment and points associated with it is going into Builders Update here, clicking on the my profile and getting all of this properly filled out so that when you send a portal to your client, the header across the top is all filled out and it makes you look like a more professional real estate agent. There are 5 videos, 5 YouTube videos here that I'm putting in the chat. You do not need to click these because they are listed on a QR code at the end of the homework. And I recommend that you watch these 5 videos. These 5 videos are training videos on how to use Builder's Update. It's very easy to use system, but there's a couple of really cool pieces of functionality that you may not know that's even there. And so I've watched them and I actually learned something back when I watched them. So I think that you probably should watch them too. Because here's a tool for you. And if there's a tool, you should know about it. You should know how to use it, when to use it, and have it set up so it's properly branded around you in the first place. If you have clients that are out there looking to buy new construction, I have a recommendation for you that you not only be a member of the National Association of Realtors, but a National Association of Home Builders. They have the same federation at the National Association of Home Builders as they do National Association of Realtors. In that, you have the state, local, and national. So the broker has to be a member of the National Association of Home Builders before you are supposed to be. And so I am a member of the National Association of Home Builders, and then both Austin, Houston, and San Antonio as well, for those of you who want to belong. And what is the value of belonging to the National Association of Home Builders? In my opinion, it's huge. There are there is so much information that you can learn from the National Association of Home Builders that you don't get from NAR. And one of them is the trends that's going on. The trends that are out there in design trends and trends and new technologies that are coming up in housing, new technologies that's coming in on roofing tiles that are a new tile that is a solar tile to auto sensing plumbing systems that can turn itself off if it senses a leak in the house. There's all kinds of stuff that is out there right now that a lot of real estate agents don't know about that you learn as being a member of the National Association of Realtors, Home Builders. How many of you read the magazine that comes from NAR and from Texas Realtors? You get a magazine that comes to your house and you learn something from reading that magazine, right? You also get one from being a member of the National Association of Home Builders. And so you want to be the very best real estate practitioner, you're probably going to need to be doing new construction and resale. And if you really want to be an expert at new construction, there are some resources here that you may not have considered. And it's cool being uh, associated with your local chapter, the National Association of Realtors, National Association of Home Builders at Austin or San Antonio or Houston, because if you go to their meetings, guess who's on their board of directors?
You are? No.
Guess who's on their board of directors? Why you'd want to be there? Who's on the board of directors of most of your realtor organizations? Real estate agents, right? Real estate agents and brokers. Who do you think's on the board of directors of the National Association of Home Builders?
Developers.
The builders. The CEOs, the presidents, the on-sites, all of them are involved in their local leadership. And every year there's a new one. And if you're going to their meetings, you're going to get to meet the president of D.R. Horton and the president of Lennar and the president of the local, at least of the Texas areas. And you get to know them and build relationships with them. Lisa did something very fun, and I usually have her come to Mega and speak about this. And I saw her turn her video on faster than I've ever seen her turn her video on. So, poop, here she comes, like little fairy godmother Lisa Ormsby. Beep, here she is. And I'm gonna have her talk about what she does and an idea that she had when she went to D.R. Horton and asked them if she could attend their sales meeting. You know how builders come to our sales meetings? And they come and talk to us real estate agents at our sales meetings and offer incentives. Well, Lisa thought of an idea. You want to share that, Lisa?
Sure. Whenever I hear my name, I hear you. Okay. So, yeah, I mean, for years, we had builders come to our sales meeting and talk about their products and what they're doing, what incentives they're giving to realtors and also our clients and all the things. So, I called Dave Clinton, who is one of the people very well connected up in the uppers for DR Horton, and asked if I could come to their sales meeting and present and bring a door prize and all the things. So I flipped the tables and I got up there and asked them to tell me what it is that they're seeing out there that realtors are doing that um, we could do differently to make sure that we partner better and get our clients to that closing table. And it was really well received. People had a lot of really good. I already knew some of the answers what they would be because I see that happen all the time. And then the people that asked the most question, I had them all put their business card in, and somebody won the prize that I brought. And I also got a lot of feedback and also people calling me from different communities asking me if I can help them with some of the clients. So it was really good exposure for our company. We got to have listings not only with DR Horton, but I've also listed with KB Homes, and we here at Realty Texas listed Chesmar Inventory Homes, and it's really beneficial. So it was a lot of fun, and they weren't expecting it, but they really enjoyed it.
And you even brought a door prize, did you not?
I did, yeah. I gave a door prize away. I collected all their business cards, and I followed up with them just like they do with us. Hey, keep me on your mail list. Send me all your anything that comes up, any special incentives or things that we can share with our clients.
Thank you, Lisa. Excellent idea. Amazing. Okay. Now, for you, I recommend if you're gonna make new construction part of your offerings to your clients, part of the services that you provide, that you understand it really well and you dig into it. Every little aspect of real estate that you master is going to help you with providing expert services, and this is one of them. So again, uh, getting involved with the National Association of Home Builders, getting involved in your local chapter, and going to those meetings is going to get you in front of those builder owners and the managers and the C-suite executive staff. And that has value to you because you start getting known and you start building relationships. And then when you have an issue in a transaction or something is going haywire, they know who you are. And people oftentimes will do kind of a little bit more for those people who they know and selling their inventory and involved. So who you know matters, and getting involved in this stuff matters. And I find more value being involved in National Association of Home Builders than I do right now National Association of Realtors. And I am an NAR director, so I am as involved as I possibly can with the National Association of Realtors. But we're as the value of a real estate agent, you really get some interesting value from being a part of the builders. Now, this is a certification class, so I would like for you guys to download the book and review it. This was emailed to you all yesterday as part of the pre-class materials. All right, so we're going to go through a pop quiz, and the pop quiz is actually in the NHC book, and we're going to jump right in. And We're not done with the National Association of Home Builders website, by the way. We're going to go right back to it because there's a couple things I'm going to show you that's there that you may not know that's there. That's really, really cool. All right, pop quiz. The features that enhance resale value the most are upgraded kitchens and upgraded bathrooms. Resale value. What do you think? I mean, this is a big thing. The most. The features that enhance resale value the most are upgraded kitchens and bathrooms. What do you think?
I think
False.
that's true.
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 It is true. And it just underscores what we were speaking about during our grand open house on Wednesday, how important the kitchen is. It's the most
Mhm.
important room of the house. And that when you're baking cookies and giving life to the kitchen, the most important room of the house, it is doing a very profound thing. It's giving life to this most important room. So,
Mm-hmm.
yes, it's true. And yes, you want to utilize that when you're doing your grand open house. Okay, number two, the longer it takes to build a home, the better the quality of its construction.
False.
How many of you heard dad or grandpa and you're driving down the street in the pickup truck and they point over to an empty field that used to be empty that now has a bunch of houses and they say they put up those homes overnight. Those homes must be trash. Anyone here, family member say that? I certainly remember my family member saying that. And it's certainly not true. And it's not true for multiple reasons. What do you think the number one reason of building a home faster will help its overall construction?
Mm.
What do you think, Leor?
Weather.
Hmm. The number one thing is weather, yes. And so you're able to seal the envelope so that inclement weather is not molding and affecting or even melting the glue in plywood from really super hot sun or getting everything wet. That is number one. Number two is skilled workforce. Do you get better after you do the same thing more and more and more and more? So they know these floor plans and they know these floor plans and they keep building them to the point where they don't even need plans anymore. A home that is fully custom, that where the builder only ever built one of them, more mistakes are made in building that home than a home where they're able to build them faster because they become experts at it. So you've got more skilled uh, workforce in building homes. They're literally building hundreds of them. And so they're going to learn a whole lot quick. Whereas a true custom builder might build 5 homes a year. Maybe they're only building 8 homes a year or 5 homes a year. That's not a lot, but the builders are building hundreds and hundreds. All right, next one. So far, we're doing great. The most expensive component of a new single family home is the kitchen.
True.
True.
So, what is so expensive about a kitchen? $800 range?
The countertops,
Cabinets.
the cabinets.
So, what are the different components of a home? Is the foundation a component? Is the framing a component? Is the roofing a component? Do you think that the kitchen is more expensive than the foundation? Do you think the foundation is more expensive than the framing? The number one most expensive component in a home is the framing. The actual frame is the most important. Second is the foundation. All right. Production builders are usually reluctant to negotiate on price.
False.
False.
Yeah, so they don't even know how to price these things in the first place. It's literally PFA, plucked from the air. They have no idea. They've never sold one before. So it's a pipe dream of what they're going to sell it for. And then it's up and down we go with the price every week. So, yes, they are absolutely willing to negotiate on price. Are they reluctant? No, they're not reluctant. So, it's false. All right, number five, upgrades can raise the price of a home beyond its appraised value. So, how could this happen? How could a new home have upgrades during the build process? Someone make that make sense for the rest of the class. Sherry, I saw your hand go up first.
Yes, if a pool is installed, like we had talked about previously, a $100,000 pool put into a $400,000 home, then that outprices the rest of the homes in the neighborhood.
Well, let's talk about a new home that's being sold as a new home. Yes, new home construction can put in a pool. Is it common that builders put in pools? No, so what's something more common? So how could yes, it's true. A builder could put in a pool, but do you think a builder's going to put in a pool and then know that it's not going to appraise because they added a pool? It's unlikely. So how could this happen? Renee and then Jennifer.
Okay, so I think that the biggest things that will cause you to go over appraised value on a new build would be upgrades to the granite, upgrades to sinks, upgrades to the bathroom. Doing upgrades to higher levels of finishes will almost always be the catalyst that pushes you over.
I agree 100%. But how could this happen? Obviously, we are upgrading
Not having
components of
good
the home.
representation with you at the design center to tell you that you know that if you continue to go with this choice, you could end up not making value.
Thank you, Renee.
I
Excellent.
try I've tried to go to the design with most of mine and kind of guide them because otherwise they can go off the rails and the design center's not going to stop them from doing it.
Exactly right. Thank you. Good. Bertie and then Jennifer.
I was gonna say the same thing. Flooring, just upgrades, adding a third row of cabinets to the kitchen, just all those things.
Jennifer.
All new construction homes come with standards, and they're basic. And then the buyer can go in and upgrade and choose everything. And everything you select, even colors sometimes, is an upgrade. And they go overboard there. Even in the inventory homes, builders will consider upgrades themselves and upgrade the home. And that's how usually that happens.
Thank you, Jennifer. That answered it beautifully. Emmerich.
If you end up buying the model home, because the model home is spec'd out to the max and has all the upgrades already in it.
Does the model home sell first or last?
Last.
And was it built first?
Yes.
You think there's probably equity by the time they've been in the subdivision 5, 10 years? They built out that entire community.
Sure.
They usually don't lose money on the model home because that model home's been sitting there longer than anything else. So typically, but yes, they over improve the model home, but it usually does by the time that they sell it. All right. So you guys all had the right answers. What I was looking for is kind of what Jennifer said was that, how could this happen? Well, the clients are buying a home that has a set of um, default options that the builder has, preset selections, and they're what we call standard options, and they decide to upgrade them. Now, what happens if someone wants to upgrade and change a standard and upgrade something? What does the builder usually ask for in the design center?
A deposit
Yep. Why do you think they ask for a deposit?
in case it doesn't appraise. That's happened, yeah.
Because the builder says, look, we're building this home and we're putting in it what we know is going to fly in this subdivision. And if you want to upgrade it, there should not be an expectation that they're doing it to increase the home's value. There's a difference between upgrading something for quality of life and upgrading something because it's value. I have a lot of people come to me and say, we're looking for an investment. We're thinking about buying an REO or a short sale, but if it's a good deal in a new construction, we'll buy it, but that's what we're looking for. And I always invite them to come sit with me. And then I tell them the story. If you want to buy an investment property, I can help you with that. But don't confuse your home with an investment property because those are two different things. The very best investment property that you can have is a 3 bedroom, 2 bath, all tile floor in a community that you do a CMA and you can tell that they're renting in less than 30 days. A property that they can't destroy. You don't want carpet, all the things. Now, when you think about home is a very personal thing. So when you're buying a house, maybe you buy your first house and it turns out to be a perfect rental, but likely not. So you're trying not to confuse those things, especially when you're having a home built. You always should consider resale value when you're purchasing a home. You should always consider the upgrades and how they're going to affect resale value. But this is probably in the top five most valuable thing that a real estate agent can provide as part of their services to a buyer who's buying a new home is they do exactly what Renee said, which is be a sounding board and let them know. They can go off the rails, but be careful here because sometimes you're dealing with a luxury buyer and it's not about what it's going to sell for later. They may want to have an idea, but it's, I want to buy a home and I want this home to provide me the luxuries and the creature comforts that I'm looking for in my primary home. And everything that we have here is going to be, level four, level five flooring and level five granite and the most expensive everything that we possibly can. And then we just let them know. Now, look, we might be in the wrong neighborhood for this. Because if they over approve a home, it has a lot to do with the neighborhood. So we need to find out from the builder what homeowners have upgraded so that before you go to the design center, you kind of have an idea. Do you think that all of the homes in the neighborhood have been reported in the MLS if it's new construction? Likely very few of them, actually. So the onsite, they know because likely there's just a couple different salespeople and they know every single home and what homeowners did to upgrade them and which ones appraised and which ones didn't and which ones are the big drama stories. And so that's a good conversation. Do you have any issues with appraisals in the neighborhood? And I'm going to recommend that you grab a piece of paper and jot these questions down because there's about 30 questions that you're going to want to be able to give to your buyer to have the buyer ask the onsite. And one of them is, have you had any issues with appraisals in the neighborhood? And what are buyers doing to upgrade the homes beyond what your standard features are? And are they appraising? Okay, so yes, they do want to take a deposit because the builder is afraid that this person is going to go to the design center and put Mr. Potato Head House, putting it together in a way that it makes this home way over appraisal. And is there any guarantee this buyer is going to buy it? Is it possible that this buyer not be able to buy the home? So how many of you would like to be in a situation where you're a builder and you have to have a home that you're selling and you go under contract with a buyer and that buyer then wants you to put the most expensive everything in it and then they don't buy it. Now you're stuck with this home that's over improved in every single way, and there's no way that you can sell it. Is that smart business? It's not smart business. So are you going to tell the buyer, no, you don't get to upgrade anything? Is that smart business? No. Telling your clients no, or the builder telling the buyer no is also not smart business. So the builder has to protect themselves and says, look, you're going to give a deposit, non-refundable. So that if you don't buy this home, then the delta between what our standard feature was and this over improvement that we are saying that you're doing, that money is going to go to us so that we don't end up going in the red if you don't buy this home. That is what the deposits are for. And that's why there's non-refundable deposits. So when you start seeing deposits that the buyer has to make deposits, that is an admission from the builder that it's not going to appraise. That is a sign. Is it guaranteed? No. But that's the sign that you're looking for, that we might be on the wrong track. So I usually tell my clients this story. The reason that they have deposits on upgrades is because they know that their standard features, the home's going to be built, and then you'll be able to purchase this home and it appraise. The moment you start messing with things, improving or over improving the home, the builder has no insurances that's going to that's going to appraise, which means you're going to need to bring additional monies to the table. Now, let me ask you this. How important is it to the home buying process, do you think, that a home appraises?
It's extremely important because then it doesn't close if it doesn't appraise.
I'm going to shatter your minds. I'm going to shatter your mindsets. What is an appraisal and who is it for?
It is a
The
penny
lender.
value for the lender.
Borrowers
A statement of value for the bank.
for the borrowers.
It is not for the buyer.
It's the lender.
There is no such thing as a buyer appraisal.
Yeah.
It is a lender's
The
appraisal.
loan for the borrower's loan.
The lender is this is the statement, and no one got it quite right, but you were all exactly on the right track. The lender uses the appraisal to determine whether or not the property is sufficient collateral for the loan. That's it. That's what an appraisal is. Is this property sufficient collateral for the chunk of money that the lender is handing over? Now, some borrowers are going to leverage debt. They're going to leverage as much debt as they can. When the interest rates were lower, even people who didn't need to leverage debt was leveraging debt because free money is free money. And it's a tax write-off anyway, so it left them with more capital, put more down payments on more things to be able to buy more rental properties. Suffice it to say, you have a $300,000 home today. In 15 years from now, do we expect that $300,000 property to still be $300,000?
No,
What do you expect that property to be in 15 years from now?
higher.
Double? We've been seeing that happen over the last 15 years. Our properties have been going up by 50% or more over 15 years.
In that
So
will
that
slow.
$300,000 home is likely to be 450, 500, maybe even $600,000. Now, Trek has, as part of the canons of professional ethics and conduct, a rule that says that we cannot promise future profits on a home. So we can't say, oh, in 15 years, this home is going to double in its money and you put that money in your pocket. That statement could lend you without a license or the liability of the promise that you made, and it turned out not to be the case because over the long haul, real estate always goes in one direction, up. That is true, but it's also a slice in time. And there are times when the market's turbulent, and there's times when marketing is down, there's times when it's up. Up 2001, down 2010, right? You can see it. It has a lot to do with the economy as well. All right. So the appraisal itself, if they put in an extra $5,000 flooring to upgrade that property and it goes over what the appraisal value is, it doesn't mean that the seller was being greedy. It means that, do you think it's more important the price that the seller and the buyer agree to or the price that it appraised for? What do you think is more important? And what do you think the law looks at as more important? The appraised value or the number that the parties agreed to?
Number that the parties agree to.
Think about that for a moment. The contract without financing, if there is no financing, there is no FHA, if there is no conventional, if it's just a contract without financing, if it's a cash offer and there is no lender involved, there is no appraisal contingency and there are no forms for it. Our little form that we have, buyer's right to terminate due to lender's appraisal, that only conventional loan. There is not a single word in our 1 to 4 family home pursuant to an appraisal. Not a single one. Not a single one. Cash buyer, seller comes together and the buyer agrees to purchase a home for $300,000 and the buyer during the transaction decides that they're going to order an appraisal just for themselves and they order the appraisal. It comes out at 250. Does the buyer have any recourse? No. This is why Trek requires every real estate agent to provide a CMA before negotiations begins, because that buyer needs to be an informed buyer, and the buyer should be very careful in negotiating the contract and not say yes to something that they don't ultimately want to close later. Now, in a situation of a lending situation, the buyer does have a third party financing that says in the event that it doesn't appraise, certain things can happen. The buyer may have a contingency to get out, which gives them leverage to negotiate with the seller. That is true. But it also doesn't mean that the seller has to come down. And so the default thinking that if it doesn't appraise, the seller must come down is wrong. The buyer agreed to it in the first place. So for me, it's let's go back to the CMA and figure out how we got this wrong. How was this buyer advised by the agents to do this in the first place for it not to appraise? Because that's a serious thing. Because the buyer ultimately is the one that said yes, and were they led into this with the wrong information? Or did the buyer get into a multiple offer situation and the seller and the buyer agent advised them that I think it's going to likely appraise for this number and you're coming in higher, you're going to likely need $5,000 to bring to the table to purchase this home, Mr. and Mrs. Buyer, and that being a text message or email somewhere. So I want to obliterate in your head that the appraised value is more important for the purchase price. We need to be very careful and always be considering, can the buyer buy without an appraisal? Meaning, are they obtaining loan? Are they obtaining financing from some third party? And are they going to end up having to bring money to the table that they don't have trashing or transaction? That is a very big deal. But not all transactions are limited on buyers having cash and they're buying a home. And home is a big deal. And some people's idea of home is a more upgraded home than what the builder has. So if a buyer overbuilds a home and it doesn't appraise, then they also could be in the wrong neighborhood. But we have to advise the client ahead of time. And these are not things that we want to casually mention. These are things that we want to mention and then follow up with an email, making sure that we have it documented, that we gave them a CMA, we gave them advice, and we gave them the best advice that we had. So this upgrades can raise the price of a home beyond its appraised value is a big deal. We have a fiduciary duty to the client to let them know if they're at the design center and they're going hog wild crazy, putting everything to the max, that it's non-refundable, usually deposits, and why it's a non-refundable deposit, and that it's not for us as a real estate agent to tell the buyer what they can and can't do with the home that they're purchasing, nor are we going to give them advice that upgrading the home is bad because you could offend a luxury buyer really quickly. Because who is this real estate agent coming in to tell me what floors I can have in my house and what they think floors I should have? Who are you to be making such a statement? So, but we should say, Mr. and Mrs. Buyer, if your expectation is that the purchase price um, that we have with pursuant to the down payment, and this cash down payment is what you bring to the table with these upgrades, if it doesn't appraise, your down payment is going to go up. And if you don't purchase the property, then likely the deposits that you're putting down are not going to come back to you. And have that conversation up front, and you only have to have it once. All right. Any questions regarding any of this? Because this is really important stuff. We're going to talk more about this in Bulletproof Transactions and our financing day, where we're going to really get a better understanding of what it is when a buyer and a seller come together and negotiate a sales price, and what the contingencies really are when they have a third party contingency, or what they want to add additional contingencies or remove contingencies pursuant to some of the forms that we have in our libraries. So that's coming. This isn't the first time you're going to hear it. But I want to make sure that if any of you have any questions regarding this, we answer now before we move on. Okay. If the builder does not pay for materials or work completed, a sub may file a construction lien to hold the owner responsible for payment.
True.
Okay, so this is a this is that this is one of those situations where the National Association of Realtors, in creating this class, chose their words carefully. They chose the word to use. They chose to use the word owner instead of builder, and they did that on purpose. Is the builder the current owner when they're building the home? When the when the property sells to the buyer, now they are the new owner. So they've used this word on purpose. If the builder doesn't pay for materials, they don't pay for the materials that the trade dropped off, or they don't pay to trade, can the trade put a construction lien against their property, a UCC filing against the property?
Yes.
Yes, they can. This is what the title policy is for unknown liens, not for known liens. And sometimes there are unknown liens through the build process. There are situations where the builder and a trade has a disagreement, and you get through the purchase process, and you get a copy of a title commitment. You look on Schedule C, they did a lien search, nothing showed up, and then it popped out the other side, and now you're protected. But in this process, in the buying process, getting a owner's title policy, which is called OTP, the owner's title policy right now is very important, because is it possible to buy a new home and not get a title policy at all? How? I want to hear from you. How could that happen?
Cash buyer.
Okay. Does the builder on-site recommend that the cash buyer get an owner's title policy? Do they have any obligation to tell the buyer to get an owner's title policy? Is the builder going to pay for the title policy? Now, let's look at resale versus new here. When someone, when a seller sells a home, do they typically pay for the title policy on behalf of the buyer on resale? Yes. On a resale transaction, the seller typically pays for OTP and MTP, owner's title policy and mortgagee title policy, which is two title policies. The MTP, the mortgagee title policy, can be 150 bucks, 200 bucks. It is a very inexpensive rider. But the owner's title policy, that's the one that costs thousands of dollars, 0.75% of the transaction, almost 1%. It's the more expensive one. Builders don't automatically pay for owner's title policy. Now, if the lender's involved, the lender's going to say, you have to have one. And the builder's going to say, yeah, we don't pay for that. So if the buyer wants to have a lender, what the builder will sometimes do, and what the lender will do, will say, yeah, we're requiring a mortgagee, a lender's title policy. So you can go through a transaction, and the lender required that the lender be protected through a lender title policy. No one tell the buyer that they should have an owner's title policy, and the lender's protected. The builder sold it without one, and a lien was on the property, but they didn't get a title policy and they didn't do a lien search, and that lien was there. And now the buyer has the property, and if the lender was involved, typically a lender is going to get revealed and it's going to have to be settled before closing. But I've seen transactions where a cash buyer didn't get an OTP or MTP and then didn't get a title policy. No one knew that the lien was there, but the lien was there, and then the buyer now had a lien. Now, part of a contract should say that the property is free from liens. That doesn't mean a lien can't come from later. So if a lien is unknown, they get a title policy, the title policy says there's no liens, then the title policy is supposed to cover any unknown liens that get filed later. So, do you think that's more important to have an owner's title policy on new construction or on resale?
Resale.
Think of how many trades has just went through building that home. There's probably 40 different trades. Electrician, different craftsmen for masonry people and framers, HVAC techs, window installers, roofers. You had an entire army of ants all over that home that were subcontractors, and any one of them could file a lien later because the builder didn't pay them. The possibility of a lien on a new construction is 1,000 times greater than resale. So when I ask the question, do I think it's more important that you have an owner title policy on new or resale? It's only because there's so much that's just happened in such a short amount of time, and there are so many invoices that are getting thrown to the wind that it's very likely that a lien's going to come later. So, in my opinion, it's more important on new construction. And if there is no real estate agent involved in that new construction situation and they end up without a title policy, they could be exposed more so than in any other transaction. So having a real estate agent involved in a new home construction to have them help them with the upgrades, have them help them with the inspection, have them help them with an owner's title policy, because no one's looking out for them in this process. And it could be catastrophic. Any one thing that could be catastrophic. I had a cash buyer purchase a new construction home and they forgot to get hazard insurance. It wasn't my client. It was a listing that I had that I represented the builder on one of their builder deals. It was a small builder. And the buyer came along unrepresented and they purchased the home and they forgot to get insurance on the property. About 3.5 weeks after they purchased the home, there was a storm that came through that was hail and wind, and it ripped some of the shingles off, and the remainder of the shingles now had hail damage. They forgot to get insurance. They sued the builder and they lost. Had they had a real estate agent, that real estate agent's E&O insurance would have kicked in had that agent forgot to recommend to the buyer that you should get hazard insurance on your homes. How many of you have ever had a cash buyer? How many of you have somewhere in writing where you reminded that that buyer get a binder of insurance for their home?
A checklist.
SOPs. It's so easy to forget because you might be thinking, oh, the lender does that. Or it be part of your checklist that's not even on your checklist because it's something that the first 50 transactions you closed were all resale. And in every resale transaction, there was a lender involved, and the lender handled all of those things for you. So there are things that are happening in a real estate transaction on your first three or four that maybe someone else is doing for you and you didn't even realize it. And then now that person's missing in the transaction and they're not doing it for you, and that liability rests squarely on your shoulders. So this is a huge piece of advice that as a new agent, you need to breathe in. And if you have a cash buyer, you need to remind them, Mr. and Mrs. Buyer, if you want an appraisal here, you can get one, but it's not going to have anything to do with the purchase price. So we have to be very careful in the number that you agree to, because that number is going to be the number that you're going to buy the home for, because you're not going to have a contingency for it. And when you buy this home, you're going to need to purchase insurance have a binder of insurance to make sure that when ownership transfers that you're covered for flood hazards, wind damage, storm damage, all the things. And how many of you are recommending clients get additional flood insurance on their home? You think now of all times it's important to get a flood insurance on homes? We're going to talk about the importance of flood insurance when we get back from our break. But I always like to just pause here for a moment and throw some of these things at you that you might not have heard anyone tell you before. This might be the first time you're hearing some of this. And if that saves you from spending 14 months dealing with attorneys, it was the most important piece of information that you heard today. All right, 10:06. Let's go ahead and take our first break. We'll come back at 10:16. Welcome back. There's a little confusion on what time we came back, but I'm guessing it's now. I got sucked into a couple of things. All right, we left off talking about things that a real estate agent should know in order to help protect their buyers. And we're going to be touching on quite a few of them today because as we get into new construction, there are things that the builder is not going to do for you that you may see in a normal transaction being done for you. And one of these things is a lien search. The builder typically is not going to pay for the OTP. They're only going to pay for the MTP, owner's title policy versus mortgagee title policy. If you want to learn more about this, go have coffee or sit and have a conversation with one of your closers and ask them the difference between their title policies. And they're going to know it very, very well. It's regulated by the Texas Department of Insurance. There's two different title policies that get put together. as endorsements, and you should know what those look like and what those really are and what they mean and who they protect. The builder typically doesn't pay for them. If there are lenders involved, they often will pay for the lender one, and then sometimes the buyer can still be exposed. Now, when that same buyer goes to sell their home, they're likely going to pay for the title policy on behalf of the buyer. So someone who buys a new home, they're going to not get their owner title policy covered. And then they're going to have to pay the owner's title policy when they sell. So they are exposed on both sides of that transaction. Very similar to a buyer who buys a premium lot. Someone share a little bit of your experience when a buyer purchased a really hefty lot premium, a lot that came with a hefty lot premium. Anyone want to share or have had a situation like that? $50,000, $100,000 lot premium? No one? Okay. Typically, when a builder ends up in a subdivision that there was some third party developer that developed the land. They purchased the land, and the job of a developer is to develop the land. Go figure. The developer's job is to usually put in gutters, curbs, streets, and turn this land into lots. And then builders will come in, and certain builders will, and the developer also has rules for repetition and how the homes look and how many single stories can be in a row versus two stories. They create all these rules, and then builders will come in and they'll sign agreements with builders, and then all of the lots in the subdivision will go into a lottery. And the builders will be bidding on and getting certain lots. So sometimes they don't have a lot of control over what they get. They might get a 0.18 acre lot, a couple of corner lots, and then maybe in the back of a cul-de-sac, they've got some 0.3s and some 0.4s and some 0.5s. Maybe some of the lots are backing to greenbelt, some of them are backing to farmland. Who knows where they're backing, but now you've got a much bigger piece of land. And if they're selling a $200,000 home and they know what the difference between a standard lot is, and now another lot is zero point 0.3 acres versus 0.15, the builder has to put a lot premium on it because the amount that the builder had to pay for that lot was more and they can sell it for more. So if you have a lot that is in a subdivision and most of the subdivisions are 0.18 and one of them is 0.3, and that seller who bought the home from the builder and paid that lot premium, do you think that they're going to get that money back when they sell the home? What do you think? What does your gut tell you?
No, they're not.
Do you think that they're going to want to get that money back?
Yes.
Are they going to remember paying that $25,000 lot premium to the builder?
Yep.
And then you're going to be the real estate agent who gets to sit at their kitchen table and then remind you of the lot premium they paid and how they need to get that money back. And you're going to be the bearer of bad news. Well, Mr. and Mrs. Buyer, the reality of a lot premium is that you're purchasing a lot for quality of life. It gave you a better piece of land for quite peaceful enjoyment and living. And in selling that property, it may be true that you have more buyers interested in that home, but you also may have just as many buyers not wanting that home because it has such a big backyard and they don't want to take care of the backyard. The reality is that when a buyer buys a home, there are certain expenses that they're going to have on both sides. Lot premium is one of a good example of that. And another good example of that is the title policy. When they buy this home, they're going to pay for the title policy themselves and they're going to pay the lot premium themselves. And when they sell the home, they're going to pay the title policy and they're not going to get reimbursed for the lot premium. Not really. So not $25,000 anyway. So these are really important things that you know that you take away with as knowledge. Okay. So yes, if the builder doesn't pay for subs works, there can be a lien filed against the property. Number 7, builders always own the land that they build on.
False.
One of the services you can offer as a buyer agent is to help source a piece of land that they buy and then they have build on your own lot, like David Weekley or some of the national builders who do a build on your own lot program. There are additional insurances that a buyer should have when they close on a lot and now they're the owner and the builder and all of the builder subs are on your property building. If someone hurts themselves, steps on a nail, falls off a roof, um, you know, shoots themselves in the foot with a hammer gun, all the things that happen on job sites is now the liability of not the builder as much as the homeowner because it's their property and it's their land. So they need to get additional insurances. Typically, when you buy on a build on your own lot, you're going to get funded part of your commission at foundation pour, but you also on closing of the land. So it just depends on what's going on, whether or not the builder owns the land. Sometimes they do, sometimes they don't. Number 8, insulation is rated by its low E factor. Low E factor. What do you think? What is, if this is false, what is rated by the low E factor? Lisa,
Win
why is everyone so quiet?
Windows, low E windows.
Yes. All right. So windows are designed with multiple panes. They put special gases in the window so that will refract the light so that the super crazy sunbeams that we have here in Texas are hitting the windows instead of superheating the windows and then superheating the house, that they're actually diffracting the light and and reflecting the light back and refracting the heat out so that it helps keep the house inside. So low E is low emissivity is what it's called, and that is for your windows. So what is then insulation rated by?
R factor.
Yes, R15, R18, R21, whatever the R factor is. And there's different types of insulations. You've got blown-in insulation and you have the old fiberglass insulation. Fiberglass insulation is rated by the R factor. Okay, good. We got 2 more questions. Number 9, a builder's warranty usually covers repairs of defects for at least the first year of ownership. What do you
True.
think?
True.
True.
Okay. What are some of the different builder warranties you're aware of out there?
Foundation.
Okay.
The 210 builder's warranty.
Yeah, 1 to 10.
Okay. Has that changed, by the way?
Yeah,
Yes.
it's 1 to
Yes.
1 to
Yeah.
6.
They shortened it.
That's right. They've done 2 things. One, there was a sunset commission for builders who went out of business and they would have to sell their warranties to a clearinghouse, and then someone would have to ensure that the warranties that were provided are long term. And most of the builders are not honoring the 1-2-10 anymore because it's no longer Texas law. Texas law changed the exposure that a builder has, so the builders are not legally required. And that happened back in 2023. House Bill 2024 came around and it turned it into a 126. So for whoever you said the 126, you're absolutely right. 1 year workmanship, 2 years plumbing, electrical, kind of that trades work like HVAC stuff, and the 6 is major structural components. Now we're talking about trusses, framing, pony walls, that sort of thing. So yes, workmanship and materials is for the first year. Most of your appliances are on a manufacturer warranty, and then all your plumbing, electrical, HVAC is 2 years. That 6 years is the major structural components. We'll talk more about warranties. So remember, this happened in 2023, so it's been only a couple of years now. But remember, we should not be saying 1 to 10. We should be saying 1 to 6. All right, last but least, on a new spec home transaction, the builder must compensate the real estate agent because builders don't pay commissions.
False.
This is about as false can be for multiple different reasons. One of the biggest reasons it's false is because builders look at real estate agents as an extension of their sales force. We bring them ready, willing, and able buyers. The commission that they're paying us is part of their marketing fees. It's part of what they do to advertise homes. If they can build a home and have an entire fleet of people bringing them buyers all the time, of course they're going to pay them a commission to help them sell their inventory. And with the margins that the builders has, they're happy to pay it. And when the builder wants to sell a home, what do you think is smarter for the builder? Lower the price or increase the commission offered to the people who are selling the homes? What do you think is smarter for the builder and why? Emmerich.
Increase the commission because it motivates the real estate agents to bring more and more people to that door.
Okay, so think about it from a builder's perspective. What happens if you lower the price on one home? How is it going to affect the rest of your sales? Is it, Jeanette, you're on mute. I
Oh,
think you.
yes. So it's not just going to affect that one. It's going to be a chain of homes that is going to trigger down.
Mm-hmm.
So, Amrit, that's the nugget that I really want you guys to have in your mind is if we through empathy can think what the builder is going through, if they've got their first sale, they're wanting that first sale to sell for as much as it possibly can because that's going to set the price bar for the sales of all of their transactions. And if they're having a hard time getting the first couple sold, they would much rather take a loss and have a higher sales price and offer a bonus like 6%, 7, 8% bonus to a real estate agent to sell the home than to lower the price, which means that the next 30 sales are going to be affected by that $50,000 price reduction. So multiply that 50 by 50 and you start realizing just how much money that is for them. And so they would much rather increase the commission to get that one sold so it doesn't in fact impact the rest of their sales in the neighborhood. So understand that you're an extension of the sales force and that most of the builders, a lot of them, are not going to make the sales price of the home contingent on whether or not there is or is not a real estate agent. The good builders, the legitimate ones out there, they tell the buyers whether or not you have an agent, it's not going to change the sales price. That the commission that the agent is being paid, the broker commission, is coming out of their advertising budget. And those are the partners that we really appreciate, and they get it because they've been in the business for a while, and they understand the power of the hundreds of thousands or tens of thousands of real estate agents that they have in the marketplace, and they're happy to work with us. Now, there are some on-sites. They get a job at a builder, and they themselves are getting it wrong, and oftentimes they're breaking the rules of their employer. There have been situations where we've even had on-sites tell our Realty Texas customer, our client, that if they somehow terminate the relationship, that they can get a better deal. They've gone as far as to say that. Well, guess who's a member of the National Association of Home Builders and goes to those meetings and has a good relationship with a lot of the C-suites of these builders? Those where those relationships really come in. Because an email, hey, can you believe your onsite said this? And the next time we go there, that onsite doesn't work there anymore. And we've had that scenario happen here about a dozen times, or an on-site based on their actions harm the transaction. And we brought that to the owner's attention, and we'll go through our system and send him an email. Hey, we sold like 95 of your homes. Is this the relationship that we should expect from you going on forward if we don't have a relationship with that builder? Because I can promise you that builder does not want that. They don't want burning bridges with the real estate community. And we're not out there trying to beat up their people either. We're going to kill them with kindness. But I also want to change your mind when it comes to commissions. And I'm so glad the world around us has changed because I've been the lone man standing on a little soapbox for 2.5 decades as it's come to commissions, and that the buyer hired the real estate agent, and the buyer should be paying the compensation, not anybody else, and that the buyer is paying the compensation, not anyone else, and whether it's a question of whether or not someone is going to reimburse the buyer for the fee that they are paying. And finally, the world is caught up, and I am glad because these conversations mean something now because representation happens ahead of time. Compensation is have a conversation with the client where the client gets to decide if they're going to hire me and they know what I'm being paid up front. And I've always had that conversation with my client. It means something when you hire a real estate agent because you have someone who is working for you and that you're paying them. And the sooner you hire me, the more work you get out of me. So that is a conversation that you should be having with your clients, and they should understand what it means to hire a real estate agent. And now the world does, and that's a beautiful thing. Okay, so good job on the pre-test. That was sort of a pre-assessment to find out where you're at now with your knowledge in new construction, and then we're going to dig in and we're going to learn a whole lot over the rest of today about new construction. So, how was the local market versus the national market, do you think? Do you think that Texas is outpacing the national market, or do you think the national market is doing better than Texas?
We're outpacing.
We're
We,
out, we're outpacing, says Jennifer. Amber agrees, Sharon agrees. Okay. Good to be in Texas, yes? We are in one of the greatest countries in the world for real estate, in the best state of the nation for real estate, in the best metros of the best state in the best country in the world for real estate, at the best time of all time for real estate. So, this is absolutely the time to be a real estate agent, to be proud of your profession, and be going out there and getting yourself hired because now is the time. I've been doing this for 21 years. Back in 2006, 7, 8 was a very different time here in Texas. 2003 to 2005, there was a little builder boom happening in Texas. Lots of homes were being built. The market was going up. And it was kind of the first echoings out to other states that Texas is the place to be. There were some Forbes articles that had been written, and Texas started getting put under the limelight for a good place to go and buy homes. 2008 to 2010 happened. We've had several financial institutions go belly up in the middle of nowhere, including Countrywide. And when that mortgage went belly up, it sent fractures through the entire real estate market. And we found ourselves in a not just a slowed economy, but a recession of the likes we had not yet seen in real estate before. Not really. And so we hit our first true real estate recession. And in Texas, we flatlined. We didn't have a huge decrease in home values. In fact, our values stayed put, which meant we actually were increasing. We just didn't have enough to push the number up, and we didn't have so few that it pushed the numbers down. Whereas the rest of the country was reporting 15 to 25% reduction in values, Texas values stayed flat for 20, part of 28, part of 2009, part of 2010. We got to the end of 2010 and we started seeing appreciation. Between 10 and 15, we saw crazy appreciation. 15 to 18, we saw appreciation. 18 to 20, we saw appreciation. The highest appreciation of all time between 20 and 21. And then 21 happened and it dipped, cutting off the appreciation from the unnatural appreciation from COVID back to where we are, which was our 1% appreciation a month. So thankfully, the local market is better than the national market. And when a national market has a downturn, we typically go flat. We don't have negative amortization here, which is good. Are we in a seller market? Are we in a buyer market? or are we in a mixed market? What do you think? Do you think across the board on average the state of Texas is a seller's market right now? Do you think it's a buyer's market right now?
It's a balanced market at the moment.
Okay. So I guess it really depends on where you are in the state. We got some areas that are a buyer market, some area that's a seller market. So Texas is a mixed market. Guess what? Texas has always been a mixed market and it will always be a mixed market. Even in 2000, in the depths of the 2000, I'm going to say February 2010, where it was as bad as it could get in real estate for Texas, Circle C was still appreciating in value in the city of Austin, Texas. There will always be little subdivisions. There are always going to be the most desirable subdivisions in a city that will continue to increase. So that's an interesting thing. So we always have this mixed market, but right now, on average, we could say that it is a balanced market. A seller and a buyer are truly going to negotiate a transaction. No one has unilateral term rights in real estate right now. A buyer doesn't get to dictate the terms, and a seller doesn't get to dictate the terms. Can you remember a time when a seller could dictate terms? Was that fun for anyone? Was that in 2020 and 2021? It was. And I would say that back in about 2010, buyers could dictate terms. Now, they couldn't steal a home in Texas, but they certainly could get what they needed and get what they want. So I think when it comes to dictating terms, we've never seen anything like the seller's market that happened in COVID. So, all right. So we're thinking that it's a mixed market. Is our market leaning towards buyers right now? Would you agree with that statement? Is it leaning towards buyers? Okay.
Yes.
Is our market leaning towards sellers? Would you go as far as to say that?
No.
Okay. Is it likely buyers will negotiate seller concessions right now?
Absolutely.
Okay. Is it likely sellers will get asking price or better?
No.
Yes.
No.
Yes. Depends on how they priced, doesn't it? It depends on how they prepared their home for market and how they priced it. Because if you go back and look at the last 30 days in that subdivision, if 5 homes sold, and right now there are 3 homes on the market, and your property is priced right, properly prepared, and looks better than the competition and priced right around them, do you think that you might get multiple offers?
Mhm.
Because
Yes.
expectation is 5 people are going to buy. So it's very likely that you are going to get at least one buyer. And it's very, very likely that you're going to get asking price. Now, if you're in San Antonio, that may not be the case. We're seeing the envelope get pushed hard right now in San Antonio and Houston, as we're also seeing people move out of Houston for the first time in the last couple of years. So as people are migrating away from it, it's increasing the inventory numbers, and that's pushing the envelope. You go to Austin, you list a home and you properly price it and properly prepare it right now, you're likely to get asking price. You overprice it, it's going to stay on market, you're going to do reductions, and you're going to reduce it past the point that you would have been able to sell it for had you priced it correctly in the first 10 days, which is the dangers of overpricing, because they're overpricing because they want to try and price it higher so that they net a little bit more. But the exact converse is going to happen. They're going to price it high and they're going to end up reducing past the point in which they would have sold it had they priced it correctly in the first place. So not only are they going to have more holding costs over time, but the amount they sell it for will be less. And you can prove that in the comps when you're doing the CMA. All right. So I think that it depends on where we are and how the property was priced, but I do think that's likely that buyers will negotiate seller concessions. Now, that concession might not be on price. So, if you want to talk about overall net, maybe the seller didn't get what they were asking for because the buyer got closing costs. It's very, very common for a buyer right now to get closing costs, get repairs, ask for non-realty items, and a seller be happy to take those and provide those concessions for asking price. So asking price or better is thinking just on price. There very well could be under that concessions that were paid. And it's likely that even in a scenario where it was properly priced and properly prepared, that the seller, it's likely that they're going to pay some closing costs or, provide some incentive to a buyer. So that's where we are right now. We often hear about a good versus bad market. And it's interesting when you use the word good or bad market because who is it good for and who is it bad for? And the thing is, who the market's good for changes. If the prices are going down, who is that good for? Uh,
Buyer,
if
Buyer,
the prices are going up, who is that good for?
seller.
seller.
So in both situations, it was good for someone, right? So when you think about it from that perspective, there's no such thing as a bad market because it's always going to favor someone. Buy low, sell high. That is uh, the underlying philosophy of economics since the beginning. Buy it low, wait, and then turn around and sell it for more. The media is the one who tells the world whether or not we are in a good or a bad market. And they're usually talking not on behalf of buyers, but they're usually talking on behalf of sellers. But the buyers are listening and they're confused. When sellers were selling their homes for record prices, when we saw appreciation numbers like never before in the history of real estate, in our lifetimes and before, were buyers afraid of that market or were buyers jumping in with both feet trying to buy whatever they could?
Jumping,
Does that
standing
make sense?
in line in the heat.
Does that make sense? Does that make sense to you?
No, but it happened.
Well, um,
Yes.
and it does make sense a whole lot when you understand what the buyers are hearing. What was the news saying during the rapid increase in home prices? Were they saying the market was hot or were
Yes.
they saying the market was cold?
It
They
was
were
hot
talking all the time about a hot market.
And
Homes
because
who
of
was
sold in
scarcity.
12 hours, blah, blah,
and
blah.
who was it hot for?
For the
At that
seller,
point, the seller.
Sellers.
Did they make that differentiation clear to anyone?
No.
Not at all. The market is hot. The market is hot. This is the best real estate market we've ever had. For a seller, and all the buyers heard was, oh, this is the best market ever. So here we are cruising around 2020, and we had this 1% appreciation chugging along here. Everyone's happy. $250,000 your median price point. And then all of a sudden, next thing you know, it's 400,000 1 year later. $250,000 home is now a $400,000 home, and we had more buyers than at any time buying homes in the history of any of our markets. We had more transactions closing than the history of any of our markets. So we have to be the ones who are educating our buyers and not let them get confused on what the market is doing and who it's good for, both on the national stage and the local stage. And the Texas Real Estate Commission, they care very much about this. In fact, in 1974, that's the year I was born, 1974, TREC created its first competency rule. And it said that real estate agent must be competent. And so they didn't have any definitions around it, but they had to be competent. And for decades, it was okay, well, you can't be competent when you've never done something before, so do it once and now you're competent. And brokers created a competency rule that says one and done. And I don't know about you, but I don't think any of us felt confident that we were the experts after selling our first transaction. We knew it ourselves. And so there came a time when brokers themselves were telling agents all you need is supervision the first time and you don't need supervision anymore. That's what agents wanted to hear, but they were floundering, they were making mistakes, and they were cutting their teeth on the consumer. They were learning at the expense of the consumer instead of protecting the consumer. And it got so bad that Trek said, look, we said that you're competent. We never said one and done. We said that you can't tell your agent that they're competent if they've never closed a transaction before. So you better not be telling them that they're competent before they close a transaction. They have to at least close a transaction before they learn something, but it's up to the broker to determine when they're competent. And same bad habits happened, and so track rules had to finally evolve and said, look, the broker is no longer capable of deeming you competent until you've closed three transactions. And it's not close three transactions and you're competent. That's not what the Trek rule says. Is they took the ability away from the broker to deem someone competent after the first transaction, and we don't even have the ability to deem an agent competent now until they close three transactions, because we are supposed to have general competency. And there's three areas of competency. We have geographic competency, what's going on in the state, local, we'll start with what's going on a local level and what's going on a national level. And so the general competency, the requirements that we have, geographic competency, what's going on in the state, local, national competency, and then property specific competencies are part of your general competencies that you need to have per trek, which means you need to be paying attention to what's going on the national stage for the real estate market and your local stage. Know your market. How many of you know where Lampasas is in Texas? How many of you know how far away from that is from Austin, Texas? How many? Okay, Mario, how far away is it?
It's roughly 40 minutes, depending on if you're taking 183 or you're going on I-35 and then over to Fort Hood and passing Copper's Cove.
So I had a listing in Lampasas from Michelle Iconin when she was selling her home in Lampasas and she was moving out into the country. And of course, I put it in the Austin Board of MLS, and I put it in Waco, and I put it in Highland Lakes, and I put it in HAR because they're homes and land now, so they think they're the entire state MLS. So I'm putting all over the place. And I had this young whippersnapper of a real estate agent in Austin, Texas, come bring out their buyer to my property. Do you think the real estate market might be a little different in Lampasas than it is in Austin, Texas?
Oh, yeah.
Absolutely. 100%.
So Mario's saying 100%. Well, I listed this property and I was very much expecting to negotiate this. I was expecting to come down on price. I was expecting the seller to pay some closing costs. And I had prepared the seller for this because all of the comps told this story. But the buyer came out with their agent, and it was during the 2020 market where everything was selling in multiple offers. And they were so much in the mindset of we need to secure housing and come all in. They came at me over asking price by $10,000.
Awesome.
And we got that done. You bet we got that done. We got that done quick because that agent lacked competency. You see, they were applying what they knew from a different market to this market, and it was incorrect application of knowledge. And that's exactly what Trek is talking about with you need geographic competency, which is why they want you to know your market so that you can feel it, you can see it, you understand it, you have the comps, and that you properly walk your client through that. That agent very easily could have had allegations of lack of geographic competency from Trek and probably would have had disciplinary actions or sanctions put against them for what they did. So this is a big one. All right. So when we hear that the market is good or bad, we are going to think about it in a different way now. We're not going to think, oh, it's a bad market. Gosh, should I even be a real estate agent? When you hear it's a bad market, you think, okay, should I change my marketing? Am I marketing to the right segment of the real estate market currently that's thriving? Because when the prices go down, we have investors coming in the market, we have buyers being able to buy, and we need to tell them this is the time to buy. Or Mr. and Mrs. Seller, this is the time to sell. You're the person who's being favored in this market currently. The media usually always talks about and to sellers. When they say a market is good or when they say a market is bad, they're usually talking about the sellers, not the buyers. But the buyers hear it and they show up in droves when they hear the market is good. And then the prices go down. And the prices go down. A lot of buyers have been waiting. And we heard them, "Oh, I'm waiting for the prices to go down." And the prices go down. They're like, "Oh yeah, no, I heard this is a bad market, so I don't want to." But wait, you were waiting for the prices to go down. I did, but I wanted the prices to go down and it be a good market. Okay, it is a good market. That's not what the news told me.
Mhm.
So we have to be the ones to get through to them so they get it. Well, I get it. The news is saying it's a bad market. It's a bad market for the sellers who are having to reduce the price and they're not making the margins that they used to make, which means it's a good market for you to buy a home. Well, what happens if the market goes down even more? Well, then don't sell it. I mean, that's the answer. Then wait for the market to go back up because over the long haul, the market has always gone in one direction up. And if I go back and I look at the statistic that I've been sharing with you guys, which I'm going to reshare it here again, you can see that the prices in 2025 and 2026 are higher than at any time before 2021. And that's really important because it's actually somewhere in 2022. We are higher because of COVID now than we were without COVID. I showed a slide, the business meeting a few days ago about that very thing. That if COVID had not happened, we would be about $40,000 less in our average price. So as the market is going up and down, if you were purchasing at 2022 at the super high, then it's going to be a while. And back in 1990, the year 2000, when some of us were real estate agents, we would tell our clients, it's going to take you about 5 years before you're going to be able to break even on the home. And that's what we told them. But people aren't hearing that these days. That's maybe not even a statistic anymore, especially in Texas, where we seem to continue to have this 1% appreciation a month. So buy low and sell high. As the markets go down, sellers begin to panic, the news panics, everyone's panicking, and buyers grow fearful. Warren Buffett has this great saying, and I use this all the time. To be successful, be fearful when other people are greedy, and be greedy when other people are fearful. Now, this greedy thing means just impulse, go jump into it, is what he's really saying. But panic stricken investors sell their holdings at the worst possible time. Over the long term, there's only one direction the market will go, and that is up. The real estate market has always gone up over the long term. So, do you have what it takes to buy when everyone else is selling? When the market is going down, buyers can be afraid that they're going to buy and it's going to continue to go down. And I tell the buyer, well, the seller might be afraid that they're going to sell and the property values are going to still go up. And is this the right time to sell? So, there's always this
Yep.
idea that there's going to be fear. But you buy at a time and you sell at a time. And so then the margin that you're going to make, you just need to have a plan. I'm going to hold this property for 15 years and you're going to make money on it. But there's always going to be a gamble in the real estate market. But people who bought their home at 200,000 and then sold their home at 400,000, a couple $100,000 return on investment is a big deal. Whether that $200,000 is 175 or 225, I can't tell you, but it's still a big chunk of money. And the best investment over the long term has always been real estate. And if you don't like the return on selling today, then you likely shouldn't sell yet. And so don't sell unless you absolutely have to. So the truth about economics is there's never a bad time to buy, but there could be a bad time to sell. And so we have to look at here is the median sales price of homes sold in the United States from 1963 until 2025. Over the long term, home values have always gone in one direction, up. They continue to increase over time. But the media, they always like to throw spaghetti in the wall to see what sticks. And it's usually bad press about the real estate market. I heard it in fact, I've heard it every year. There's not been a month that's gone by that I haven't gone on Yahoo or MSN or CNN and heard some pundit talking about how bad our market is. And they're always wrong. Here, November 6th, 2024. Do you remember where we were in 2024? I'm going to go back. I'm going to show you this market statistic. Well, we're just going to stay on the sites for a minute. In 2024, prices are falling in these seven cities, and it's great news for first-time home buyers. Austin, Texas, College Station, San Antonio, Naples, Charlottesville. Well, was that true? Well, guess what? I'm teasing you because this said November 6th, 2018 is when this article came out. And the news is saying that in 2018 that the market was falling apart. And the market appreciation over the next couple of years after 2018 was the greatest appreciation of all time. And by the way, this was from a pundit that was found on Realtor.com. We're continually seeing here another one in December 18. The housing slowdown is here, and these 10 cities are getting hit the hardest. Another Realtor.com one. Again, nothing could be further from the truth that was going on at this time. And so now let's look where we are in Texas and why our markets have been doing so well. So the Austin MSA is in 2050 supposed to grow to 5.1 million. 1.7 million was 2010, 2020, 2.3 million. So if you look at the projected population increase, new residents per year is roughly 150 people per day moving into our major metros. Right now, you're probably hearing a lot about Dallas. You're having the New York Stock Exchange moving their headquarters to Dallas, and some $100 billion is finding its way to our Dallas market right now, where most billionaires are moving. Goldman Sachs said all of their employees are moving to Dallas, and if you don't want to move to Dallas, you can find another job. That's what Goldman Sachs just told all of their C-suite. So Texas, even though they've had the Texas Exchange for a while, everything is moving here. And you can talk conspiracy theories about rising floodwaters and what happens to be near or you can look at, is it because Texas is poised to be the largest state in the nation and have the highest returns? Everything is going on in Texas right now, whether it be the data centers, whether it be Elon Musk and Starlink and SpaceX and all that's going on. Billions and billions of dollars are flooding into Texas, and so are the jobs. So the number of people moving to Texas is increasing. The metro area population of Austin in 2025 was 2.3. That was a 1.72 increase from 2024. The metro population of Austin in 2024, you look at this 2.79% increase, 2.39% increase, 2% increase, and 1.72% increase from 21 to 2024. So the amount that we're increasing is slightly pulling back, but we're not decreasing. And that is every metro except for Houston. And what's interesting about the Houston folks is they're not moving out of state. By and large, they're moving from Texas to Texas. And so we're seeing people moving out of Houston. And I read a report 3 days ago that it has a lot to do with inclement climate. There's a lot going on with flood insurance and things that are affecting Houston, and people are just choosing, if they can, to move away. The 10 largest gaining metropolitan areas in the country is Dallas, Houston, and Austin. So in the top 10, three of them are Texas. Austin metro population, Texas had the second most populous state, had the largest numeric increase in the country, adding 563,000 people for a total population of 31 million. So Texas is number three, but we're New York, California, and Texas. California has 35.5 million. Texas has 31. In the next 4 years, Texas will be larger than the state of California in terms of population. Here are the largest cities in the United States right now. This is the list of the top cities. And you see Houston, San Antonio, Fort Worth, Austin, and Dallas sitting here on the largest cities in the country. This is why the builders have so much favored our markets. And you hear the new housing bill that was passed through the Senate bill that took effect 2 weeks ago, that's mostly coming into effect January 1st, 2027. We see a lot of that housing bill talking about adding more inventory because the nation needs more inventory. Across the nation, we need 1 million homes built per year to keep up with the population gains that we have. That's how much housing we need on the ground. Housing getting destroyed and fires and floods, but we need a million new homes built. But over the last 15 years, we've had anywhere from 400 to 600,000 homes being built, which meant year over year we're 400, almost half a million homes short for what we need, but they're all building them here in Texas. And so the other states, they really do need housing built. They do. They don't have enough housing and they're struggling. We don't have that issue. We have other issues here in Texas, but not housing because the housing has been a really blessing for us. And Texas is going to continue to grow. So we are considered south. If you look at the Northeast, there is a downturn, but south, where Texas is, you're looking at an increase in population gains. And so that's exciting to know that we're going to continue. And Texas is going to be the number one state for population gains. They said that in 2018, and it is still true today. Texas is also the number one state for net population gains over the past 8 years. We're just seeing more and more people moving to this area. Housing, this is the housing units built year over year. So this is where we're supposed to have this gray line is the exact inventory that we kind of need, about a million units built. But starting in 2006, we were down to as low as 400,000. So 400 to 600,000 to 800,000. But despite it to say, over the years, there have been now millions of homes short. So that's why we have an inventory issue. And the builders, again, with people moving to Texas, that is why our market flatlines when the rest of the country downturns. And so we're insulated from what's going on the national level. Building permits tell you a lot about what's going on. This is MSA building permits. So you can see the building permits are back up. And so we are seeing more people build. 2020 optimism for small business going in through to 2026. Freddie Mac interest rate survey of where we were in 2019 to 2026. Now I like this one. Texas produced nearly 1.7 trillion of economic output in 17. It's changed since then, but these are the screenshots that come out of your NHC book. So some of it feels dated, but that's what they have today. It's 1.7 trillion of economic output. If Texas were a country, it would be the 10th largest economy in the world, ahead of Canada, South Korea, Russia, Australia. Did you know that about Texas? That if we were a country, we would be the 10th largest economy in the world? Oil used to be what was going on with oil was what was going on with our economy. But we have decoupled from being an oil economy. We are more of a tech economy now than we are an oil economy in Texas, and that has really, really helped. So if the market is going good, and we hear all this topsy-turvy stuff, if the US, Texas, and Austin are all creating more jobs than ever with the lowest unemployment rate in decades in our markets, why do we headlines about recessions? And why do we hear about all this crazy stuff going on? We have a war going on, a conflict at least going on uh, in the Middle East. We're seeing all kinds of stuff going on, but we haven't yet fully felt it in our home prices. We haven't really felt it in our job losses yet because we're still bringing new businesses here. We're still bringing jobs here. So affordability is our problem, and affordability is not getting better. Home prices are not going down like people think. They are staying put, if not going up. At our business meeting, I showed that the median price in Texas from 2026 to 2025 went up by 0%. Going up by 0% means it didn't go down. And remember, whenever the rest of the country is feeling a recession, their home prices start decreasing and we flatline. And here we are again flatlining, which means that we have stayed flatline, which is a good thing, really, because what we don't want to see is the prices go down. What they've always looked for is this correlation between median income and home prices. If you go back to 1960s, this orange line really is the median household income, and the blue line was housing. And housing was less than income was more. And that switched in the 1980s, and then it really switched in about 2001. And now there's a huge disparity between home prices and income. So affordability is the issue. So in Texas, you see that the income didn't switch until 2013, where the home prices are up because we have more affordable housing in Texas. And you look at the Austin MSA, and people talked about the affordability crisis. Wages in Austin has always been greater than the home prices on these charts. And so we do have a much better ratio and value here in Texas than they do in Southern California, than they do in Seattle, than they do in Chicago, or they do in New York. So we are still a very good market. So here's the Austin median income, Austin median home price, US median income, and the US median home price. You can see that the US median, the home price is flip-flopped. And so on one hand, you got the purple line here, which is home prices, much higher. And down here, the purple line has been flying underneath the radar of the home prices. And so, again, we have a better affordability ratio here than we do in the rest of the nation, which is why people like to move here. Now, this is a 2026 chart. This is market activity by year. And so here we are, June 2026. This is a statistic out of the Austin Board of Realtors. Number of transactions closed. Someone who could read this, how many transactions closed in June 2026?
3,576.
How many transactions closed in 2025?
3,311.
Is that more?
Yeah.
More transactions, more opportunity. Okay. How many transactions closed in 2024?
3,157.
Is that, are we doing more in 2026 than we have in the last 2 years? And
Yes.
when we look at 2023, which was one of the all-time high, it was just barely high. In fact, when you look at the dot on the map, you can't even tell on the chart that it's different. And so the number of transactions are not falling, and the prices are remaining the same. More people are moving here, more homes are selling, and you as a real estate agent, you should care about one thing. You should care less about the prices and more about the units. Are more homes selling or less? Because if more homes are selling, that means more opportunity for you. If the price has gone down a little bit, sellers are going to have a smaller margin by a very small amount. They're making the same net today than they netted last year, and so it we have more buyers. So our interest rates are all over the place. We are lower now than we were last year at the same point, but we've seen rates increase. They're higher now than they have been over the last 6 months because of the conflict. The job market is strong. Oil is booming, obviously. Record number of home sales. Median price has been staying flat or just up a little bit. Austin is up just a tiny bit, but across the state, it is flatlined. You and your metro, you need to be very knowledgeable on what your median price point has been over the last 5 years and know it like the back of your hand. And the Texas A&M University says the market's good. So what we need is a good place to go and talk, to educate ourselves about the market, and a good place to pull data from so that we can talk to others about it. How many of you are familiar with Market Viewer? Renee's familiar with it. All right. We're going to take a field trip when we get back from our
I
break.
love Market Viewer.
Yeah, me too. This was the invention of Travis Kessler, our former CEO of Texas Realtors, back in 2015, when NAR was talking about AMP and upstream, which was this beautiful concept that never came to be. Travis Kessler asked every MLS in Texas to provide a data feed into one centralized database. They hired a nerd like me, a data scientist, to help them deduplicate the Texas housing market statistics. Initially, they were taking the stats from all of the MLSs and stacking them on top of each other, but the MLSs had duplicates. An agent had a 5-acre farm and they listed it in farm and ranch and they put it in undeveloped land and they put it in 3 different MLS. So that same property was reported sold 6 times. So when they got the aggregated stats from the state, everything was overinflated because the number of times the agents used the MLS for advertising opportunities. Because the MLS really isn't an aggregation tool, it's a marketing tool for listings. So the more you use it, then the more the stats were being increased. So what Texas Realtors did with this product was they geocoded every single property address or every single lot in the state of Texas. And now when they get their stats, they deduplicate it. So one cell per lot per transaction. So when they get the numbers, it's accurate. Starting with 2017 was the first time we ever had accurate statistics in the history of Texas. Prior to 2017, it's kind of a mess. So we look, and by the way, your MLS works the same way as it does today as it did back before 2017, before Market Viewer. So your MLS often is overinflated because the number of units are duplicated because the different property types and agents marketing it in different property types multiple times. So Market Viewer dedupes it and gives you accurate numbers. And I'm going to show you how to access it because you all have access to Market Viewer. You can pull your own stats. It's free. It's a great thing to blog about or do reels about. And every single business meeting, I show statistics out of the Market Viewer to show the company what's going on in the market. So I'm going to show you where to find it and how to pull reports from it as soon as we get back from our next break at 11:23. I'll see you back in 10 minutes. Welcome back from break, everyone. I am sharing my browser, texasrealestate.com, which is Texas Realtors, which is your state association. You can follow along. This will be recorded. So you can follow along with me on the screen, or you can log in to Texas Realtors and follow along that way, whichever you feel more comfortable doing. This is broken up to consumer side and a real estate agent side. So after you log in, you click on the For Realtor Member. There's a research tab. Under the research tab is Market Viewer. When you click on Market Viewer, you're going to access Texas Realtors Market Viewer. It's going to force you to log back through your M1 account at Texas Realtors. At NAR, which is your single sign-on for all your associations now. And once this logs you in, then you've got to often go through the whole thing again. Research, Market Viewer, access Texas Realtors Market Viewer, and then it will let you in. Market Viewer has changed over the last couple of months, where you see it looking a little different. If you click the View Report menu, you can go down to Infographic Generator. That's where I recommend that you hang out, and you pick from these pre-selectings. It doesn't matter what association you pick. It's not going to change the outcome. It's just going to brand the graphic. So because all of these MLSs are here, the MLS wants credit for the data. So if you're a member of Austin or San Antonio, when you click the board, it's just going to include their logo on the infographics. You're going to select the market type, whether you want something, and this does matter if you're going to pick the local market, but you select your market type, either statewide aggregate data, an MSA area, a county, a city, a zip code, a political district, because we hand these to our elected officials, a specific neighborhood, or a school district. You can run these stats on any of this. So I'm going to do statewide. When you pick the statewide now, of course, there's only one state, but if I were to pick Metro County, then it's going to grab the counties that were associated to that MLS. So in this case, I'm going to pick state, and I'm going to pick the state of Texas. Now, frequency. I can either do a monthly report, I can do a quarterly report, or an annual. So we're sitting on the completion of Q2. So we are just starting Q3. So I'm going to say quarterly, and I'm going to grab Q2 of 2026. And I can pick from English, a Spanish, or Vietnamese, and I can ask for a PDF, a JPEG, or a PNG. I like the PNGs. So when you download the PNG, you wait for a second. It's going to put it into your downloads folder. And I'm going to go grab it and put it into the browser up here. And there's your housing report. So this is showing Q2 over the last Q2. So 2026 Q2 over 2025 Q2. So compared to the same quarter last year, the median price point has remained exactly the same, 340,000, no dip. Q2 price distribution based on price range, what percentage what percentage of the market is that price range? So 200 to 300 is our biggest price range, biggest buyer pool buying, which is helpful. Our active listings are up 0.2%, so roughly the same, 154,103 active listings, roughly the same year over year. Close sales up 4.5%. That's amazing. That means we've closed more sales in Q2 2026 than we did Q2 2025. Months of inventory is 5.4% compared to 5.6, so the amount of the months of inventory has gone down a little bit. Days on market, 65 days. Days to close, 33 days. Total, 98 days, 3 days more than Q2. So this report is very easy for consumers to understand and easy for us as well. So you can run this on a state, on a neighborhood, on a school district. So this infographic is a great tool for you to have to share information to your base, whatever your clientele is, on your social medias. You should be doing at least a monthly housing report update using one of these statistics. People like that kind of information. And if you're struggling with things to talk about, well, here you go. One of the best things that you can possibly talk about is market conditions. So that's how you access the Texas Realtors Market Viewer. TexasRealestate.com, log in, for Realtor members, research Market Viewer. This is how you go there. So I'm going to put you in groups of 4, and I'm going to have you guys pick a captain, go to this website, and create a infographic for a market that you guys serve, and pitch it to the company, pitch it to Mega 18. So pick your captain, choose them wisely, pick a specific market, school district, something that you're familiar with, and then pitch to the class the housing stats for your infographic, just like you would if you were being recorded on Instagram. I'm going to give you 7 minutes to pick a captain, share your screen, find this website, drill down into it, and print out this infographic. We're going to come back in 7 minutes, and I'm going to gauge the group to see if you need more time. All right, let's start with group 1. Bertie, you can showcase to the entire class how to do this.
Okay, do you want me to share my screen?
Sure.
Okay. I just sent the request, so.
You're good.
Okay, perfect. Can y'all see it right now? Oh, I see. Never mind. Sorry. There we go. Okay. So we did Bastrop. And let me get to the current one. This one is so we did last quarter and this quarter, and we were honestly just messing around. We did we compared it to Cedar Park and those kinds of things. We decided that Bastrop is a buyer's market because it's got More active, it's got quite a few active listings compared to last quarter. And then it's also got 7 months of inventory. And then I can just compare it to the last quarter.
Okay.
So,
So this is
sorry.
how we're going to do this. I'm going to say action, and you're going to pretend like we are recording you, and then we're going to immediately post this to our reel. So, hey, Mega, Bertie Irwin here, excited to talk with you about the housing reports in Bastrop, Texas.
Okay. All
Action.
right. Okay. Hi, guys. Let me go ahead. My name is Birdie. I'm with Realty Texas. Let me show you what's going on in Bastrop right now. So, median prices compared to last quarter have gone down 4.6%, and there's 11% more listings in the Bastrop area. So, that is giving buyers many more options for a property that they can find. And then there's 115 days on market so far. So, 84 days on the market, and then it takes 30 days to close. And then we got 7 months of inventory right now. And their closed sales have gone up 31%. So Bastrop is growing and prices are going down. So buyers, now is the time to buy.
Okay, good job. Thank you, Group One. Excellent job. All right, so that 31% is huge. I would have led with that for sure. Year over year, 31% more transactions closed in 2026 and 2025. Good job, Bertie. Really, seriously, good job. All right, let's jump into group two. Amrit, Hershita, Jennifer, and Sherry. Who is going to be our actor or actress?
That would be me.
All right,
Let
Jennifer. So go
me
ahead and
share my
let's get your
screen.
share going so I can approve it.
Give me a sec. I'm trying to find the team. Can you see my screen?
Yes.
You can see the graphs? Okay, awesome. Okay, so hi everyone. This is Jennifer with Realty Texas, and just wanted to give you a little snapshot of what's been
But
going on in the Texas
but this
market.
isn't the correct this isn't the correct graphic. So let's go back to your browser.
Okay, I didn't have it pulled up, so
Posted mine in the chat group, and if you want to look at what it looks like.
Mario, are you part of group two?
No,
Okay.
I just wanted to
go.
advise.
I didn't pull it up actually, the thing, so I'd have to do it.
That's okay. I'm
Okay.
going to walk you through it. So if you can bring up your browser, then I'll walk you
Okay.
through actually doing it.
Okay.
Okay, excellent. Texas real estate. So from the browser, go to texasrealestate.com because
Here.
go to the very top. You're in NAR's website instead of Texas Realtors. So you need to change your URL. So it's from the URL in the URL box at the
Oh,
top,
oh, oh.
go to texasrealestate.com. No, texasrealestate.com, not Texas Realtor.
Oh.
texasrealestate.com. Better without spaces, but okay, you can click on that first one. It says texasrealestate.com, so that is their website. So click that purple link at the top.
Mm-hmm.
That's them. texasrealestate.com. Good. Click the red link and click on the red box.
Mm-hmm.
And then
Okay.
click on research. Market viewer. Click on research again. Hover over research. Don't click. Okay, scroll Oh, yeah, okay. Scroll down a little bit more. You're good. You're good. I see it. The little blue box in the top and the bottom of the screen. It's just barely poking up there. So scroll this down. Uh, Scroll the page down just a little bit more.
Let me take this off because it's blocking me. There we go. Okay. What did you want to see?
Scroll down just a
So,
little bit more.
okay.
Don't hover over, just scroll the page down right there. Click that box, Access Texas Realtor Market Viewer on the left-hand side. Now click your login. This is just an unfortunate way that they created their site. You have to do it this way.
There it is. Okay.
Okay, now click the red box again.
Market
Viewer.
viewer. Well, I can do it here, right?
Hmm. Okay, so from here, click View Report menu. So at the very top left-hand corner, click the red button that says View Report menu. Now click on Infographic Generator. Which market were you doing?
We did Texas in general because we were all from different markets.
Okay, so grab any one of those because if you're doing Texas, it doesn't matter.
Oh, it doesn't matter at all.
If you're
Okay.
doing Texas, it doesn't matter. But if you're doing a market inside of a metro, you need to pick that MLS that covers that metro. So just
Oh, I see. So we had done the state,
Mhm.
and then we did the quarter, and then this quarter, and then download. Okay.
Now you have a file on your computer. Voila. This is the infographic. All right.
Oh.
So, Jennifer, action.
Okay. Hi everyone. My name's Jennifer with Realty Texas, and I'm going to review with you the Texas housing report for the second quarter. And this is just Texas in general. So right now, the median price has not changed when it's been compared to last quarter, last year. It's 340,000, so it's remained the same. The price distribution for this second quarter, we are looking at the majority of homes. Let's see here. From Sorry, it looks so different from what it did earlier. So I'm like, 200,000 to 500,000 is, I don't know. Let me just skip that one. Sorry. Active listings has gone up 0.2%. When compared to this time last year, second quarter, and closed sales has gone up by 4.5%. The days on market, there's been 3 days more than this time last year. It's 65 days on market, 33 days to close, which is about 98 days. Our month's inventory has gone down slightly from last quarter. It's at 5.4 months of inventory compared to last year, 5.6. So that's 0.2%, a 0.2 of a difference from last quarter. Overall, our market is still very, very strong when compared to last year.
Thank you, Jennifer. Thank you, group two. All right. Good job. All right. We got a couple more groups to get through, and then we're going to lunch. Group three, Anna, Jay, Leor, Sharon. Who is our captain out of group three? And what market did you do?
Me. We did the Austin metro area. Leor, can you share the graphic, or Jay, whoever has it? Great. Okay.
Action.
Hey everyone, my name's Anna with Realty Texas, and I have an exciting market report to share with you for the Austin area. We're about halfway through the year, so this is comparing quarter to quarter over quarter. Overall, things have stayed pretty flat. You can see the median price is down just a little bit, 0.8%, but not too much. Same with active listings. We're looking at a neutral market with 5.6 months of inventory, so it's not leaning one way or the other. But the thing to note here is that the closed sales are up 10% over last quarter, which means there's a lot more buyers in the market. So it's a great time to buy if you were thinking about getting out there. Go join everyone else and go buy a home.
Excellent. All right. Good job. Thank you. Thank you, Anna. All right. Group five. Renee would like to go next. So we'll come back to group four. Renee, you're the spokesperson. You're up.
Okay, I was making sure I was unmuted. Can you, oh, there she goes. So my name is Renee Pretty, and I am a realtor with Realty Texas, and I would like to share just a little tidbit about your local market for the zip code 78260 in San Antonio for the month of June. Sorry about that. In the month of June, we saw in the median sales price to be at $498,250. We had 71 sales, however, in the month of June, which is a 4.4% increase, and there's a 9.7% decrease in active listings. It's a 0.5% decrease from last year, and it is showing that we are in a very balanced market for the 78260 zip code. There are 33%, which is the most, of the homes between 400 and 499,000, and 32% between 500,000 and 750K. The low price point of under 200,000 in this zip code is almost non-existent. We have a 4.6% increase in closed sales and a 4.3% increase in the median price. So this is the perfect time to buy your home in the 78260 zip code. Thank you.
I love it. All right. Yep. So no homes sold the prior year, so the median price is up 100%. All right. Thank you very much, Renee Pretty. Group four, you are it. You are standing between the entire class and lunch, so no pressure. Thank you, Renee. Good job. So Brittany, Caroline, Mario, Raul, who is the captain coming out of group four? Mario, welcome. All right, hit the mute button.
Hello, hello. Yes, I will bring it up immediately. And share. There we go. It's in between Teams and Zoom. It's always fun, right, to figure out.
Yeah.
Can you guys see my screen?
We can see your whole screen, so we
Okay.
are seeing what you're seeing.
Okay, perfect. How about now?
Beautiful.
Okay, so welcome, Realty Texas folks. My name is Mario Noriega. I'm a real estate agent that just joined the team, and I'm very excited to be here. So let's talk about Texas as a whole, like a great big place to be. Texas housing report right now is very interesting. Everything seems to be taking a slower pace than usual, but that doesn't mean that business is not moving. It's moving. It's just moving a little slower than normal. So the median price is 335,000. It's a 1.2% compared to last year's. The price distribution, depending on where you at in Texas and what location, of course, since this was general, we're looking at prices from $0, of course, to $1 million, and we can see that the houses that are selling the most or have a higher percentage are the ones that are between 299,000. Also, a step below that is the houses that are 300K to 400. So those are the houses that are moving a little bit more. There's still very much active listings, 22%, 0.8 from the 141,000 from 2025. Closing sales are up. That's a great thing. 1.3, it's moving. It's not backing down, so that's a good thing for us. And days on the market, a lot of people ask me, well, how long can a house be on the market, or how quick am I going to sell? In this particular case, in Texas in general, you have houses that are days on the market for 67 days, and then days to close are 33. So it's a total about 100 if you give and take all both of the market and the actual close date. Uh, month of inventory is about 4.5 months. So that's amount of time that roughly a house can be on the market for. Anybody have any questions?
All right, good job, Mario. All right, so my homework assignment for all of you is going to be to print out a market uh, housing report infographic and actually post it on a reel, and then take that reel and link it to your Microsoft Teams so that we can all see the advertisement that you did. So tell the world about the market that you're in. All right, it's lunchtime. It's 12:05. Let's come back at 1 o'clock. Great job, Troop Captains. Thank you, everyone. We will see you all back in 1 hour. And Mario, if you hit the stop share button at the top,
Oh, thank you.
that red button, you can see it. It's where it
Oh,
says
yes,
right
thank you.
there.
Thank
All
you.
right, good. Enjoy lunch, everyone. See you back at 1 o'clock. Remember, we need to see your videos on. Welcome back from lunch, everyone. So, as mentioned, part of your homework assignment is going to be to do a video or do a reel. Leor.
Jack, I have a question about the report. So on the median price, the inventory, the days on market, it says compared to 2025 second quarter, and on the active listings and closed sales, it just says in 2026 Q2. So that's compared to the last quarter or compared to the same quarter last year?
It always compares it to the same uh, quarter last year if you do a
Okay.
month. So it's always the same period last year, whether it's a year, a quarter, or a month.
Okay. Thank you.
Mhm. Now, there's another one of these. We have seen Texas Realtors market viewer, but did you know that there was a complete other market viewer that's designed specifically for new construction that the National Association of Realtors, or National Association of Home Builders has created? So before our and this morning in the start of our presentation, I said we will be back to the National Association of Home Builders website. And this is what I was talking about. So we're going to take just a quick preview here. Yeah, I'm sharing the NAHB, National Association of Home Builders website. Under the news and economics, there's housing economics, and then find state and local data. Which is here. And then there is a metro area dashboard. They have built their very own. And you can pick, let's grab Texas. And then the metro area, we'll grab Dallas, Fort Worth. And it gives you population, median household income, um, total permits, unemployment rate, demographic data about what's going on, and also sales data. And this is an infographic where you can download this and also share stats about what's going on in the markets regarding different metro areas from the National Association of Home Builders. That's open to anyone, regardless if you are a member of theirs or not. Texas Realtors requires that you be a member of theirs in order to access their market viewer, but the Texas Association of Home Builders does not require that you be a member. And it gives you a different set of data, more data regarding demographics. And so here is the drop down of how you get there. I think that you guys should have on your calendar to do one market report every single month as part of your plan. Okay, new construction. There are some really amazing benefits and some things that maybe is not as big of a benefit in new construction. So on the benefit side, the buyer gets to start fresh as the first owner. So pretty cool things like buying a brand new car. You get to be the first person to own that home. New homes offer modern features, finishes, even new appliances. You might be able to customize the details to suit your lifestyle, but if you're buying in a new home construction neighborhood, typically you can buy the floor plan that you like the most and the floor plan that's on the lot that you like most. So you do have choices. And you don't typically have to worry about big repairs right away because you have the 126 warranty that comes along with the property. Whereas buying in resale, you're not going to start out with any kind of warranty other than a residential service contract, which is just sort of pre-purchasing into discounted parts and labor, which is what home warranties, those residential service contracts are all about. And most of the new homes have energy efficient materials. And in fact, it could be a really big deal because some of them are actually Energy Star or even LEED Energy Star. We're going to talk about those later in class. And then things that might not be such a great thing for a buyer. They're going to probably have to wait a little bit longer to move in if it's not a spec home that's done. And there's not always a lot of room for price negotiation, depending on your building spec or um, building or buying a spec home or building custom. And the builders are continually going up and down in price. Upgrades can quickly drive up the price of the home. And so if the buyer does want to upgrade, it's going to increase the costs. Post move-in costs like landscaping and blinds can sneak up on them. Valuable resource that we can add to our clients is letting them know things like you might not have considered that the home hasn't have blinds. They could be walking the property and that not occur to them yet. And they move in and realize, oh, this is not livable. You can't live in a home that doesn't have blinds. People are going to be able to see in at night and all the things. And so blinds are a big deal. And not all homes come with blinds. Most builders have a package that you can purchase blinds for much less than you could ever have them installed for. And it could be $900, it could be $1,200 for blinds throughout the entire house. I've seen it as low as 600 bucks for blinds for the entire house. That's well worth it. And so if they're going to spend their upgrading dollars, maybe that's something that's a must. Because sometimes when they're going through the model home has all the upgrades. And now the question is, well, this is a great model home, but what does the home that we're purchasing have as standard? And what in the model home is upgrades? And if you're the first one to move into a neighborhood, then you're going to have a front row seat to all the construction that's going on until that builder moves out, which could mean nails in your tires, could mean dust, could mean noise in the morning with saws and hammering and music playing from the contractors, and could be people parking in front of your driveway because they're there to see another home and their construction trucks are all around. Could be cement trucks blocking off the neighborhood as they're dropping in foundation cement, all kinds of stuff, right? So they're gonna live in a war zone until their street is at least built out, and then the entire neighborhood is built out. New home, low maintenance, warranty, energy efficient, new tech, new technologies, new styles, new materials. Sometimes you get to pick personal selections, but sometimes not. Depends on if it's spec or not. But if they really like the gray tone countertops and the gray tone cabinetry, maybe there's another property that they're building has that. So sometimes that they're going to pick the home and the lot based on what already has selections. And oftentimes the home is at a place where you can go into the design center and they can pick the color of the exterior brick and the color of the flooring and the style of the flooring, whether or not it's going to have an inset walk-in shower, whether or not it is going to have the outdoor cooking, outdoor kitchen, or the third car garage, all the things that the builder can have as different options. Everything haggling over repairs is a big deal. Typically, when the buyer does have the property inspected by a third party and you hand that inspection report over to the builder, they will typically fix everything that's on the inspection report. But is everything on the inspection report a deficiency?
No.
What are some items that could show up on an inspection report that's not a deficiency, but showed up on the inspection report nonetheless? Some things.
An unexpected hazardous event, or maybe there's a leak, a pipe leak, or a plumbing leak that was nobody was aware of.
Okay. Well, that would be a defect. That would be 100% of the defect all day long. So the question was, can something show up on your inspection report that's not a defect? And we said yes, things could show up because if there was a leak, that would be a defect. So let's think about some things that may be missing on a home that an inspector might write up as defective, because sometimes if things are missing, it is considered a defect.
A
All right.
switch plate cover?
No, I would not. I would consider that a defect, Sharon. I would consider that something that needs to be fixed. Yep. Jeanette or Jennifer?
The level of insulation, sometimes
Mm,
it's
no,
higher. No?
that would be a defect. Jennifer? And then I'm
I've
gonna.
seen I've seen in the past where maybe in framing or the way that something was done, they'll say that it needs to be adjusted, and they'll say, "Nope, that's to code. That's just your preference. It's already to code," and they won't want to change it.
So that now you have a disagreement between what the inspector wrote down in the report and what the builders does. And so yes, that could be one. That happens sometimes where it's the inspector is writing something up and it turns out not to be a defect because that's how the builder does it. Okay. I would like specific examples of those. Emmerich,
How about something like blinds? They are missing, but they're not a defect. No.
that's not defective. So that's not going to do harm to the house. I mean, arguably, after time, I guess it could decolor, stain the floor. But what I'm really looking for, um, I'm not going to call on you, Bertie, because your video's not on. I would if your video was on. Okay, so what I'm looking for is one of two things. If there are no gutters on the house, yes, Bertie. If there are no gutters on the house, the the builder inspector is going to write that up because it erodes the soil around the foundation and it can cause harm. Sometimes the builders don't put thinset around the foundation, which is just a beautification layer, but it also caps the foundation so that if there's any rebar sticking out, that it won't rust and expand and then start cracking away some of the foundation edges, adding to more corner pops and things like that. So these are things that the builder chose not to add to the home that an inspector is going to say, look, I think this should be here. I think you should have thinset around the foundation. I think that you should have gutters. And so if the inspector puts it on the inspection report that says this is a defect, what do you think the buyer might think about that? Mario.
Um, well, I think the buyer would second guess and be concerned. Something that I wanted to bring to the same discussion is that, for example, if you have a fence that is touching the wall, that is not per code. In some places, it has to be actually not touching, so it could be right there, but it cannot be. So hopefully, that was one of those that you're talking about. But yes,
I would consider that a defect, and you hand that to the builder. Earth to wood contact is what that's called. Termites can find that as an entry point, so that would be something the builder would fix. So that's not a situation that is a defect that the builder's not going to look at as a defect. The builder would fix that. But you're right that it is a defect. You're right that it is a
Thank you.
defect, and that would appear on the inspection report, but you're not likely to get an argument. One big one for me that happens almost every house is, and I'm not sure exactly why this is, but most of the builders have uh, f- uh, a fuse uh, on the HVAC. The breaker on the HVAC is far greater than what the manufacturer recommends. And so on the back of the condenser on the outside, it might say you need 200 amp, and there is a 300 amp. They'll mark that up. And the builder says, nope, that's what we put in all of these. That happens a lot of my transactions. So a good valuable resource that you can provide to your clients is letting them know, hey, there are things that are going to show up on this inspection report that are considered upgrades, not considered defects. The inspector is going to mark it as a defect, but it's not a defect. It would be considered an upgrade to the builder. Having that conversation before the inspection happens sets the expectation. Expectations need to be set before every major phase of their real estate transaction. That's our job, is to pave the road ahead and give them the information they need before they have it and set their expectations about what you're liable to see, and set their expectations on both sides of what they're liable to, what you think the pain points are, often in that step as well. And condition of paint, condition of finishes, the inspection report, and all of those things. These are a really good 3-minute conversation to have. How many of you are frustrated by the relationship between the builder and their lender and feel frustrated when you bring a client to the builder and the builder forces your client to get pre-qualified again by that builder and maybe ties certain incentives to using to that lender and will only give that incentive to that lender, to their lender, no one else? Do you see that as an advantage or is that a frustration? Who sees it as an advantage? This guy. I see it as an advantage. But who sees it as a frustration? Don't be shy. You can raise your hand. Okay, some of you. Okay. So when we like to control everything about a transaction, fiery red Sharon, that we have no control in that particular scenario. And it feels like this is my client, this is their lender. Who are you to tell me and my client what lender we should use? This seems like it should be illegal. But I just want to give you, because I had that same feeling. I'm also fiery red. And until I had looked at it from another perspective, which really helped me, then it changed my perspective on this. The builder employs a lender and they are using the lender and the income from the lender, allowing them to break even. How many of you want to break even on this transaction and the expenses of your commission equal your commission and walk away with zero? Raise your hand. No? Raise your hand if you want to make money from this transaction. Okay, good. So your lender, does your lender want to make money from this transaction? Yes. But the builder is willing to continue paying their lender and let their lender walk away without making any money at all. And that's the difference. The builder is employing a lender who they're paying for separately, and then they will allow the lender to break even and not make any money as an incentive to try to figure out how they can open up and increase a buyer pool. Your lender's not willing to work for free, but the builder is allowing and willing for their lender to work for free. That is the big difference. Um, and when I looked at it from that perspective, it made me see something a little bit different. And some builders will have an incentive, and if their lender is not able to do the loan, they will allow a third-party lender to use that incentive. But most of them don't because that other lender is receiving income, and the income that the lender is receiving is going back to the builder to buy down the deal. And so when the money that the lender is actually making, they're using that money to put back in the deal, and that's where the money came from. That's where it came from. And your lender isn't giving all their profit back to the builder. because the builder owns both. And so now they have more room to have more income to create a better deal for the client. So I want us to look at the relationships that the builder has with the lenders is an advantage to your client. Because how many of you have taken your client to a builder and got a 3.5%, 4% interest rate? How many of them have offered 20, 30, $40,000 in incentives? And all the money that the lender made put back into the builder so the builder could offer more of an incentive to the buyer. So it is actually an incentive. I always get my clients pre-qualified with my preferred lender, and it's sad when the lender loses the business because I want them to benefit from all of the work that they did, but they understand that's not going to always be the case. But also, if we're really zoomed in and thinking about this transaction, it can be a bummer. But let's zoom out for a moment. How many homes have been built in the last 5 years from all these builders? They have filled out our marketplace in areas that didn't have homes before. And now more and more inventory is there, more and more homes, more opportunity, more people moving in, more homes, which means more opportunity when those builders move out. Because guess what? The builders only get one opportunity to make money on the sale. That's it. And once they're gone, that home is going to sell again and again and again, and we're all going to have access to that opportunity. The builder gets one opportunity to sell it, walk away, they're done. But that becomes a pool of homes for us as real estate agents that we continue to sell over and over and over again. Builders also compete with each other. It's not a fun place when you are resell competing with the builder. And of course, the joys of owning a new home. On-sites are trained. In fact, they're highly trained. They go to training courses like this one, where the builder sends them to a boot camp where they get trained on how to have a conversation with a buyer who walks in. They train them on the neighborhood so they know what the HOA is, they know the schools, they know the area, they know what major employers are around. So when we bring our client into the builder's on-site office, I want you to think for a moment. That is their office. That's where they work. They know this community and they know what's around the community better than anyone else because they work there every single day. We're all over the place. We're showing homes all over the marketplace. And so that on-site is an expert. They know their product. They know everything to do with their floor plans, the HOA, the taxes. They know everything about that neighborhood. So when we walk in there, we may want to think that we are the real estate agent and we know more, but actually that's not that's not the case. We are when we are trying to prove that we know more, it's that we are trying to prove our value in front of our client. And that we do have value, but we don't understand sometimes what that value is. And the value isn't that we know more than the onsite. The value is that the onsite is not there to protect the buyer. And the onsite's not going to recommend things that may be in the best interest of the buyer because they have to look out for the best interest of the builder, their employer. And so it's for us to advise the clients on what we're seeing and maybe some pitfalls we've seen in the past. So this on-site professional, this is not adversarial. How many of you have walked in with a client into a builder and you have no idea who the on-site is, but they look at your name badge and say, "Oh, Jeanette, hello, it's so good to see you. It's great to see you again." And they just go out of their way. Vanessa Van Edwards. Gosh, don't gossip. They're going to have a huge introduction to you. How many of you have experienced that? I have. They're trained to do that on purpose because they're trying to build credibility between you and your client. And they're hoping that you're going to do the same thing. It is amazing to see you. I'd like to introduce you to Mrs. Smith. Mrs. Smith is looking to buy a home in the neighborhood. She was interested in this neighborhood. So, what can you share with Mrs. Smith about your neighborhood? And step back and let them do their job. And let them do their job. Let them talk to her about what their floor plans are and their price range, and they're going to ask the client questions. The wrong approach is, let me introduce you to my client, because it's an introduction, sort of a referral. So Mrs. Smith or Tom and Fred Smith, looking at purchasing a home in the area and have identified your community as a potential match and would like to learn more. And don't come across possessive and don't get offended when the on-site stops looking at you and starts looking at the clients and talking directly to the clients. Because sometimes that can feel foreign to us. We can feel like, wait a minute, you're the listing agent. You can't talk to my clients, which by the way is not true. They're just not supposed to talk to the clients and negotiate without you present. So everything that's going on right now, this onsite has been trained to try to build a relationship with ultimately turn these people into their customer. And we brought them in there for that purpose. So take a step back, take a deep breath. Everything's going to be okay. And let the onsite and the clients have a conversation and keep the tempo going. Keep it positive and be listening for appliance packages, blinds, irrigation system front and back, sod, garage door opener, crown molding, the things that you know that might not come and that you want to get all of those things answered because there's certain things that's always sort of a question mark. What are your incentives? Are you offering closing costs? What are your rates? What's your available inventory? What's the time frame, etc. Right? So there's a list of things that we're not going to just go blurting a bunch of questions out. We're going to let them have this conversation. And then if you hear something that's on your list that didn't get asked, by the way, do you guys have incentives going on, or what's your incentives? Awesome. That's great. And do you guys have any incentives tied to the lenders? Mm-hmm. What are those incentives? Do you know what their rates are offering? 3.5%. That's fantastic. That's really good. We're not going to be able to find that on resale. You see, so that's the whole thing is we are trying to help create a relationship between us and the onsite because if we have a closer relationship with the onsite, is that going to hurt or help our client? It will help our client. If we come in there possessive and we are trying to keep our clients from building a relationship with the onsite, the client is going to feel weird about you doing that. I've seen it. And the onsite also is not going to want to work with you. I've also seen agents walk into the front door of a model home and walk right into the builder office while the builder's already meeting with someone, start talking over their meeting, ask for a key, and then just interrupt them, having no pre-appointment. Just think about that for a moment. Where this really helped me is going to the on-site and sitting there and watching as I was waiting for my client, watching agents come in and just how possessive and rude they are to the on-sites blew my mind. And that changed a lot for me, just kind of watching that. What do you mean I can't have a key? How come they don't have lock boxes on your doors? Making me come to the to the model office to get a key? That's just ridiculous. I mean, they come in and they say these things, and so it's they are so used to resell. They're so used to a lockbox being on the door, and they show up to this community and there's no super lockbox on the door, and they're somehow offended by that because they think that all of these new homes should fall in suit under how they just showed the last three homes, which is resale, and it doesn't. So taking this class is what they needed. So on-site's a trained professional. The warranty that comes with the builder protects you and it protects the firm. The builder's insurance covers defects, peace of mind, and it's fun buying a new home. All right, we're going to do a quiz. And you're going to get a point for each one, and then put your points in the chat. And these are all yes or no's. And if you get the yeses, you get the point. I make it a practice to drive around my market area to check out new home construction and new subdivisions. Are you taking it upon yourself to get out and actually driving and seeing the inventory and going into the model homes and having them scan your QR code or tap your name badge or hand them a business card? Are you going and meeting them? Find neighborhoods that you love, bring them Starbucks, bring them donuts, be nice, be friendly. They're going to remember you, and that's going to pay dividends later. If you got a point, awesome. I suggest looking at new homes when helping some buyers set search parameters. I can tell you this. A lot of agents are afraid of new construction. They had a bad experience and it's more complicated or it doesn't feel right. Or they go out to the on-site and they got 8 homes to see that day, and all of a sudden they stopped at a new home builder and that builder wouldn't stop talking, and they had 9 minutes to tour the home and 3 minutes to leave the subdivision, and that builder kept them there for 20 minutes and they were late to every single appointment after that. Sound familiar? So we need to call the onsite ahead. Hey, I'm going to be showing properties. I've got 5 to show that day. You're right in the middle. How much time should I allot for stopping in your subdivision? And let them know and have them help you pick that time. Oh, you're not there on Tuesday because you have a day off? Oh, I don't know anything about that because I don't have days off. Well, good for you. And then say, is your assistant going to be there? Yes. Awesome. So they'll be able to meet us? Yes. Awesome. And they're going to want your client's name and they're going to want to register your client. That ensures that they're going to compensate or reimburse the firm for the buyer's commission. So we have to register our clients with the builder in the right order in order for that to happen. And so where do we look for inventory for new home? Builders Update, New Home Source Professional. I showed you those two this morning. And just driving around your neighborhood and getting used to that, getting used to stopping at new neighborhoods. Number 3. So if you got a point for that, add it to the chat. Number 3, I participate in networking events that include builders, developers, builders, sales reps. They have all kinds of things going on. They have lunches, they have CE classes, they have realtor headshots. Highland Homes has their Mercedes giveaway, or at least they did back when they were employee owned, which was cool. Builders do a really they spend a lot of money doing events for real estate agents, and participating in those is never a bad idea. I accompany buyer clients on their first visit to a model home. Yes, no? In fact, this is so important that we've even have a new line in our buyer rep agreement talking about this. That there was some confusion on if a buyer who is under a rep agreement with a brokerage, if that buyer went to a builder by themselves, or if that buyer went to an open house by themselves, if was that buyer in breach of their buyer rep agreement? And the answer is no. But the buyer is required by the rep agreement to tell the agent at the open house or the on-site builder that they're represented. So when you're going through your rep agreement, one of the things you need to mention is that if you stop by a builder office, let them know that you're represented and that I'm your agent, because my job is partly to help you make sure that in any of the properties that you like, that we get that commission covered. And the builders will usually do that, but only if we register you in a certain area. And if I found out a client is going to a builder and they told me, I'm gonna call ahead. I'm gonna talk to the onsite. Hey, my client's coming there Thursday. It's impossible for me to be there. I want to register them, and then if they like it, then we'll come back on the second one. I'd like to be there, but I can't. Now, I'm gonna make best efforts to be there. But if it's 1:33 on Friday, guess where I am? Right here, right now. So I can't. So maybe I send another agent to go with them, or I call the onsite. Number 5, I encourage new home buyers to consider resale value when selecting upgrades and options. They go on the shopping spree, they go to the model home, and they upsize everything, including the price. And then it doesn't appraise, and then everyone's upset. So, yes, you're going to see a deposit often required on certain upgrades. And we're going to have that conversation with them once and just set the expectation that, hey, the builder has standard features designed to what they think the property is going to appraise for. And if you add anything else, it might not appraise. And if it doesn't appraise, that means you need to bring additional cash because the lender is only going to lend as much as to what it appraises. And then the light bulb's going to go off. Oh, this could increase my down payment. So then it's up to them. And a good question to the onsite would be, have you had any issues with appraisals? Number 6, I'm familiar with basic construction terminology, the different construction phases, and the different build times. If you are, give yourself a point. Number 7, I visit new model homes on my own to meet the sales reps and find out how the builders like to work with real estate agents. Hello, Lisa Ormsby. Hey, can I come to your sales meeting and bring a gift and find out how we can best work with you? Because we want to build good relationships with the builders. We want to put their inventory in the MLS to get all those leads. We want to, when something bad is going on, be able to call them and get it corrected, because we have developed a relationship enough to make that call. I keep up to date on new home building methods and innovations and consumer trends. National Association of Home Builders, their magazine, a really great way to do that. When visiting a model home with a buyer client, I step back and let the builder's rep present the sales pitch. I don't get possessive. I don't try to talk over them. I introduce my client to the builders and I step back and let them do their thing. Okay. And 10 of 10. I make sure buyers have a clear picture of the deal by suggesting questions they should ask the home sales representative before it's over. So have that checklist, and make sure that the buyer walks out having all of their questions answered. Have you ever worked with a real estate agent that was so awful to work with that when the transaction was over, you said, I don't ever want to work with that real estate agent again. I hope I never have that experience. I hope I never see them again. Have you ever had a bad situation like that? Okay. Have you ever worked with agents who you said that they were so great to work with that you're like, you know what? It would be a pleasure to work with you again. Well, builders do too. And so do the builder on sites. And if we walk in there with the wrong mindset and the wrong attitude, we very, very well could be on that builder's list and they make it difficult for us and they don't want to work with us and they don't want to return our call and they're going to pretend like we don't exist. They might even schedule closing and not even tell you. I mean, they really do want to look at a real estate agent who's going to help them sell the home, not turn a transaction to make it so arduous that by the time you got to the closing table that it was so riddled with conflict every step of the way that the buyer didn't even want to buy the house anymore. Because the onsite partly gets paid based on their reviews, and their reviews and good reviews is what gives them pay raises. And a real estate agent can set such a horrible expectation that you're going to lose from the very beginning. If you ask the builders, what is the expectation do you think that real estate agents set with buyers that kill deals over and over and over again? What do you think it is? What do you think is the expectation that real estate agents set with a buyer that before they go to the new home community, the expectation has already been set and it's a deal killer? Price. Over-promising on price. 100%. Promising that you're able to do something that you can't, and the property is discounted at 220, and you're like, okay, let's come in at 185. And they look at you like, I can't even send that to my manager. My manager's already declined 200. I can't send 185. And then now the buyer feels like the property is overpriced. You see, what is the property worth versus what can you walk away with are two different things. We aren't trying to steal a property from a builder. That's not what we're trying to do. We're trying to negotiate a deal that works for everyone. When we take the negotiation class, we're going to talk about negotiation theory and what our role really is. So the reason that most real estate agents, and a lot of them, don't add new construction into their showings because they're just a little bit afraid of it. Just like a lot of new agents don't want to take listings yet, they just want to work with buyers. There's a lot of new agents who were buyer agents who are not yet ready to add new construction because they don't understand it yet. And they're just a little bit afraid of it. And it sounds like they're not going to get paid for a really long time. So their big fears are they're afraid that they're going to lose their client. They're afraid that they're going to be undervalued and that their commission is going to come under question. That it's going to take months and months and months to close this thing and they're never going to get paid. and they don't understand the business model in the first place. So for all of those reasons, I'm afraid I'm gonna not get paid. I'm gonna lose my client. My client's gonna say, why did I hire you in the first place? I want to buy the home without you. Can I just cancel my agreement? For these reasons, agents are afraid of new construction. Yet we have this entire group of agents who are focusing right now on new construction and selling more than anybody else. So these are fears that are not true. They're also the they don't know how to find the inventory. They have a house that was beautiful in the photos and drove out to the property and it actually hadn't been built yet and they were embarrassed. They've called the onsite and the phone number's busy and they've called like 10 times and can't get a hold of the onsite and they don't understand what that's all about. They drive out to a property and it's locked and they can't get in, they can't find the model home. And then they go looking for the model home and the agent who has a marketing agreement with the builder didn't put the address of the model home in the listing. So now the agent's on Google trying to find the model home and find the address and drive to it, and that's the old model and it's already sold. And how many of this has happened to any of you? It happens to most real estate agents, whether you want to admit it and raise your hand or not. It's something that happens. Have you guys ever arrived to had a showing and your client saw the pictures they like and you drove up to a property and it hadn't been built yet, but the photos in the MLS were beautiful? How do you think that could happen, Renee?
Because a lot of times when they're doing the MLS photos, you don't want to take the assumption that that's automatically the house because most of the time they're using a model home to depict the floor plan of a house that's going to be built.
It's a to be built, exactly right. Which means the price in the MLS is fake because they don't know what you're going to build yet. So it's just an idea of what it could be. So now there's a lot of that going on. The builder might not have any spec homes and they really want to pull real estate agents out. So they give you an idea of what could be built because the model is really popular and they think here's 3 lots that it could go on and they bring people out, which means the fields in the MLS become very important. What is the construction? Is it to be built? Is it under construction? Or is it completed? And there's a field for that in the MLS. But more importantly, if you find a property, you should call the onsite. Because what also could have happened? Your client see this property and drive out there. What else could have happened beside? Go ahead, Emmerich.
It could have been sold.
Right. The exact opposite could have been true. It could have actually not only was it built, but it's sold already. Real estate agents who have marketing agreements with the builders are notoriously bad at updating the MLS quickly. And it's often because the real estate agents are getting updates from the on-sites once a week, which means a lot can change in a week. Oh yeah, no, that one's already closed. I showed properties a couple weeks ago and I called on a Thursday for my Saturday showings, left a message on the on-site's cell phone number on Thursday. She never called me back. Saturday morning came around. She never called me back. We got to the property. It was locked. There was no way for us to get in, but I had set that expectation for my client anyway. So the rest of the homes are nearby, so I adjusted the time because I suspected that would be the case. And Tuesday morning, I finally got a call back from the onsite. I'm like, yeah, no, actually, my client's already under contract. They did want to see it, but it was locked. I had no way to get in touch with you, and your model home was locked as well. So that's how it goes sometimes. So we feel like the MLS lied because maybe the home wasn't built or the home is sold, but we just have to understand how the MLS works for new construction. And that when we have a new construction in our MLS grid or that a client asks you to see, that we pick up the phone and we call the onsite and we try to get the information. So the rules to new construction is a little bit different. How we use the MLS for it is a little bit different, and the entire transaction is a little bit different, and how we operate and work with the onsite is a little bit different. Knowledgeable builders, most of them see real estate agents as an extended sales force. Builders are willing to compensate real estate agents really well because we bring them qualified leads. And the builder's sales rep most of the time, they're not actively licensed, especially with the builders. So they're working according to the builder's policies and their rules. They have a product to sell, they're in business to make money, they like working with real estate agents, but they grow disinterested when real estate agents try proving their value by setting expectations that are unrealistic, or negotiate things that's impossible, or make promises they can't keep. They bring in a time bomb or a hot potato into the onsite, already with expectations that's impossible. Imagine if you're the listing agent and a buyer agent brings a buyer into your open house and you're priced at 300, and the buyer agent told the buyer that they think that they can get 250 for your listing. How's that going to make you feel as a listing agent? Like, what? That is the wrong expectation to be bringing your client into my listing. That's the wrong expectation. So again, I want you to underline this one. Make sure that your buyer knows what to do if they visit a new home, a model home without you. It's likely to happen. They get to go drive around and see neighborhoods. A lot of times they're going to send you a couple homes they like that they favorited from the MLS portal, and they're going to go drive the neighborhoods and drive the property in person before they even want to see it, maybe even a day ahead. Just like we should be doing that. I preview homes all the time for my clients. So encourage them to make sure that they let you know if they're going to stop by so that you can call the on-site. Does anybody know what impact fees are? What are impact fees?
So an example would be in the city of New Braunfels, where per house that's being built, they are tacking on like 10 to 20,000 in impact fees for New Braunfels Utilities. New Braunfels Utilities is charging the impact fee to the developer for each house that's being built. And they're passing off those costs in the price of the home.
And when you hear that very troubling story, it can be very scary until you understand why. Developers get the right to earn money, and home builders have a right to make money, and home buyers get to buy a home and over time get to sell it and have the right to make money. Everyone deserves to have their compensation, including real estate agents. The thing about putting new construction on the ground is it's very costly. The cost of the land to buy someone's land and for someone to be interested in selling it, and then having a developer subdivide it, which is very expensive. The problem happens not with buying the land, because usually they can work that out, or subdividing the land into parcels. They can also work that out. The biggest issue is in the subdividing process is the promise from a utility to provision services, whether that's utilities for water or it's natural gas or whatever. It can be very expensive. Let's talk about a little tiny area in North Austin, on the northeast side of the 130, north of Hutto, Chandler Creek area. There's a lot of beautiful land out there, flat, buildable, but City of Round Rock utilities don't go that far. Atmos Gas doesn't go that far. City of Round Rock Water doesn't go that far. City of Round Rock or Hutto or Georgetown, nothing meets that little area. And did you know that it costs roughly $1 million a foot to put in water pipe? If it's outside the marketplace and they have to put in a water tower, then the linear foot is they bill it out based on the linear foot, the water tower, the infrastructure, the digging, the pipes itself, putting it all together and getting the permits, having the people monitoring the road so people don't fall in the ditch. All of this together is roughly $1 million a linear foot. And so no one is jumping at the bit to say, "Oh, let's put in all this infrastructure so homes can be built." It's actually a barrier to having homes built. That's what the beauty of impact fees are, is that the impact fees are borrowed and then eventually they're paid back on a loan from impact fees so that getting utilities to these rural areas to build is now a possibility through impact fees. And so the communities, they can absorb these costs based on taking out loans, buying the land, putting in the utilities, getting in the infrastructure, the builder buys the home, and now they get paid back in the property taxes from the homeowners. Otherwise, no one would have been able to afford to get that home there because the margins wouldn't have been there for anyone to make a profit. And at every stage, they would have gone into the red. So impact fees make it possible for growth to happen, especially in rural areas. Builder definition for a spec home versus custom. Spec is a homes that are built to sell to anyone rather than a particular customer. That is what the spec homes are. Builders in Austin's, most of them in Texas are spec homes. They might have a set of selections that people can buy, but a lot of them are truly 100% spec, which means that the on-site is picking the color, the style, the flooring. The builder might have in the builder's garage, they might have a little design center in their model home, or they have an entire design center building. Most of the time, you've got either a house that's already under construction with a plan of what's going to go in it. But if the home is already being built, most of the time, all of the selections have already been picked. Why do you think if you have a home that's already foundation is being built and they're actively working on it, but they don't have a buyer for it, why do you think the builder says, no, we can't change the cabinet color on this one? Why do you think that is? It seems a little harsh, doesn't it? Well, why aren't you a little more flexible?
Because it's already ordered.
I say because it's likely already ordered and ready for that house, and it would be very expensive to change it.
And the measurements and everything.
So,
Cost efficient.
yes, when they build a house, they have an entire ordering that goes along with every single component. There's a lot of logistics here. Think for a moment. When they're building a home, the appliances can't show up first. They're going to get dented up and banged up. The sheetrock can't show up first because they're going to get weathered in first. First, the frames have to show up. They have to build out the frame, or first they have to level the lot, and then they have to grade the lot, build the frames, pour the foundation, the plumbing, build the infrastructure of the house. Everything has to come in order, which means everything has already been ordered and in such a timeline where everything comes. And if it does come early, they're having to pay to store it somewhere. And so they've got this times 100 homes, maybe. Maybe they're in the process of building five, six, seven homes and they have this going on in all of them. Chances are everything has already been pre-selected. But if you pick a home that hasn't started, then a buyer often has a lot of choice of what they can buy and what they can choose in terms of color schemes and types of flooring and all the things. So they also have build on your own lot, David Weekley, Wilshire, Guillen. There's quite a few of the custom builders, Toll Brothers, Pulte Partners in Building, Verde Builders. There's quite a few of them and new ones that popped up in the last year or so. And they're continually new ones popping up. 100% custom that you can go to an architect and have plans drawn up and then those plans given to a builder and the builder will build the home from scratch. And so our truly spec homes, an example of those is D.R. Horton, Lennar, KB. These are homes where you might have a client that they're just about ready to start sheetrock. And you think, ooh, this is the perfect time to put in extra lighting that I need or put in a conduit so that I can have a TV in the garage or have a 220 outlet put in the garage. This is the perfect time. And they're like, no, we can't do any of these things. None of these things can happen. Well, can we just have our people come in and do it? No, you can't. You cannot, kind of thing. They're not going to allow any changes. And so if we set the expectation because it's reasonable in our head that it's possible, chances are it's not possible. 20 years ago, maybe. These days, absolutely not. They're not going to let that happen. I've firsthand seen it. Again, one of the very biggest value adds that you can have for a new home builder, for a buyer, is advice on upgrades. How you apply the builder incentive really matters. The builder incentive can go to upgrades, it can go to down payment, it can go to closing costs, it can go to a lot of things, but it depends on where the home is in the construction progress, if they're going to be going to the design center or not, and how much incentive. Typically, they're going to send you to the design center with a little bit of a budget. So you can, if you are buying spec and it's not been built and the buyer does get to choose all the selections, often you're going to have a design center budget. So you know now what the home is coming with as a structure, and then you go to the design center and they're going to walk the buyer through what they want to select in flooring, cabinets, countertops, tile, backsplash, appliances, lighting fixtures, blinds, all the things. Exterior colors for the brick or the masonry, or if it's going to be stucco, all of these things going through the design center, and it's easily to go out of control. And so, what do you think would be if a client really wants a third car garage, and there's a third car garage option, and the third car garage is $15,000, or the hardwood floor option is $15,000. So they don't want a house that has carpet. They just don't. So their choices are a third car garage with carpet or no third car garage and hardwood floor. What are you going to recommend to the client? Jeanette.
To do the upgrade that is along with the structure, because you can change the carpet out.
Okay. Jennifer, is that what you were going to say?
Yes, the garage.
And Sherry,
Can't
same
change
thing?
that.
Yes,
Yep. So you're dealing with foundation, you're dealing with roof line, you're dealing with a major cost later, something that probably likely is going to be likely impossible for them to do later. And so do the structural stuff, get the third car garage. And in a year from now, in 2 years, you can pull the carpet out and put in floors. It will be relatively inexpensive, uh, $3, $5 a square foot to put in the hardwood flooring versus they're going to be stuck with that two-car garage forever. So, what are some trends that you're seeing out there? What are buyers really liking right now in this market? What are some things that they like, and what are some things that they don't like?
Primary on the first floor.
Okay, we're liking the primary down.
No
Lighter,
carpet.
No carpet. Amaret, what were you going to say?
lighter colors in the kitchen and on paint, like grays and white tones.
Okay, Lior, I think I saw you unmute. What are some other things that you are seeing, Jeanette?
Location. I've come across a lot of clients, they want to be in a certain area and they want the builder to be in that area.
Okay.
Single story.
Okay. Mario.
Most of my clients that I've had in the recent past have been older folks, 65 and older. And so most of what they're looking for are first or one stories, preferably with community that they can quickly access doctors and hospitals.
Yeah, 100%. Excellent. Jeanette?
A secondary full bath in a guest room.
Okay. Caroline?
I was gonna say garages for like resale value. So properties with garages and not like um what would you call the homes without them that just have like the wall there and the parking
Condo?
spaces? Sure. Sure. Yeah.
Townhomes, something like that?
Yeah.
Yeah. Lior?
Stainless steel appliances.
Okay. So what are some things in a new home that buyers are walking in that they're like, okay, this is important to me. This is important to me that this has it, or this is important to me that it doesn't have it. Uh, what do you think the choice? Go ahead, Sherry. I know you got something on your tip of your tongue. You're on mute. Sherry? Hit the mute button because we couldn't hear you.
Energy efficiency.
Okay, that's big. Sure, yes. All right, what do you think about fireplace? Do you think it's a thumbs up or a thumbs down for buyers right now?
In Texas, not important.
So, what do you think happened after the ice apocalypse? Do you remember the ice apocalypse? People wanted fireplaces after that. And then about 3 months later, it got hot again. They're like, oh, yeah, no, this is a dust collector. Okay. How about being on a grid near a fire department? After the ice apocalypse, everyone wanted to have electricity and they learned, oh, okay, I need to be near stable power.
You need to be
How
near
about,
hospitals or something like that.
yeah, a lot of people, I don't hear that as much as I did right after the ice apocalypse, but I sure did hear that every day. Okay, it's a big deal when you don't have power for a week. You're going to remember that for a while. How about big formal dining rooms? Is that on people's hot list?
Yes.
Mm,
No.
maybe, maybe not.
No.
Okay. How about bathtubs? Is that on their hot list? Walk-in
Mm,
shower?
Yes.
depends on where they're at in life.
Mm-hmm. Depends on if they have kids and all the things. If
Yes.
every single bathroom in the house has all inset walk-in showers, you could have a problem, right? If you've got kiddos that are young, because now you have no way to bathe them. All right. So here is a list of trends. High ceilings, single story or primary suite down, open concept, lots of upgrades, good schools, gray tones, neutral tones, modern and ultra modern, trails, bike paths, dog parks, lots of amenities, smart homes, whole house battery, the new solar tile, no fireplace, no dining room, energy efficient. They like irrigation system front and back, upgraded backyards are really big. Covered patios are huge. In fact, homes without a covered patio almost functional obsolescent these days. Very difficult to sell them. Outdoor lighting. People don't like carpet in the bathroom, do they? Uh, so we're seeing some of them are okay with maybe carpet in the secondary bedrooms, but they don't maybe want carpet in the primary. Sometimes people don't like cold tile floors, and so that's a problem with them. So it just depends on what the client likes. But most people are trying to go for the third car garage if it's in their budget, and they certainly like privacy. They don't want to have a privacy issue with their home. So here's what the trends are. So let's start with energy efficiency. Energy efficient and green building is here to stay. And interestingly enough, Austin is the hotspot across the entire nation for it. A good friend of ours was the chair of the Sustainability Committee for the National Association of Realtors. He is owners of the Stanberry Group. Great people. I can tell you that sustainability and green building is huge. Buyers are willing to pay more for it, more for a home that is more energy efficient. We've got building and energy codes, IBC, International Building Code, which is a standard, and IECC, International Energy Conservation Code. This is a huge statistic, kind of mind-blowing. New homes built in compliance with the 2017, which is old now, International Energy Conservation Code are approximately 30% more energy efficient to those built in 2009. So the increase of energy efficiency between 2009 and 2017 was a 30% increase. And we've had another 26% increase between 2017 and 2025 last year. Energy efficient and green built homes are top concerns for home buyers. 65% of buyers, 60 buyers who bought a national green building home for that standard stated that energy efficiency was a major factor in buying the home. Your luxury buyers are often looking for sustainability in the home's design and good carbon footprint, the smaller carbon footprint, more energy efficient, being better for the environment. Oftentimes, you'll go into a model home and you might see a little HERS index on the counter, which says guaranteed utility bill, KB and some others, where they're going to guarantee the energy bill. And they've had a third party come in and actually rate that home on a scale from 0 to 150. The higher the scale, the more energy efficient the home was. The more energy the home used, the lower the scale, the less energy the home used. Energy Star, we've all seen the logo. You've seen it on your computer, you've seen it on the range, you've seen it on the microwave, but it also can be an Energy Star house. An Energy Star house is different than an Energy Star appliance. You can have a home that has Energy Star appliances but not be an Energy Star house. An Energy Star house, there's 1.6 million of these built in the United States and about 100,000 new certified homes constructed every year. These homes are 15 to 30% more energy efficient than standard new homes. After a home has been certified, an Energy Star label is affixed to the circuit breaker box, and a certificate is provided to the homeowner. And that certificate, you as a listing agent will need so that you can put it in the MLS and have that certificate handy. Because sometimes agents get this wrong and they see a sticker inside the house, like on a range, and think, oh, the house is an Energy Star home. That's not the case. So you want to look inside the breaker box to see if there's an Energy Star logo. If there is, and it's an Energy Star home, then you can go into MLS and mark it as an Energy Star home. So the Energy Star is one of them. The other is the LEED certification. There are 1.6 million Energy Star homes in the United States, and the LEEDs are a much greater. There's a lot more of them out there. All right. The LEEDs, we're going to talk about that in a minute. They are 40% more energy efficient, but usually in the starting point of about 1.3 million, 1.5 million. Checklist for energy saving features. Energy Star appliances, well-sealed windows and doors, solar panels, water saving fixtures, energy efficient lighting, high R value insulation, double glazed windows, and low E. These are the features that a home can have that starts building up uh, up enough features to really impact the 15 to 30% energy efficiency. All of these things have to be present for it. Sherry.
Yes, and maybe I missed this. When did they start doing the Energy Star homes that you can look on their breaker box? You
Probably
know,
about 2000 and I think about 2009, 2010 was the first time I saw one in the marketplace. And now most of the homes are Energy Star, most of them.
and that'll always be in the breaker box.
Yep. Just like if you want to see if the home's been inspected before, you look at the inside door of the kitchen sink. If you want to know if it's an Energy Star, you look at the inside sub panel box on the inside of the house. Jay.
Do they have to have the certificate still, or is the sticker on the box enough to prove it?
No, they need to have the certificate. They need to have the book from the builders. The builder book, it's not going to be just a sticker. It's going to be a bunch of one sheets that came with the closing documents of the house. And so they'll have it with their closing documents from the builder. Okay, permitting. We're gonna go on our next break, then we're gonna come back and we're gonna continue on talking about permitting, subcontractors, superintendents out there, who all these different people are, how and when we interact with them, and then all the phases of a home, which is gonna be fun. Sometimes we learn things new when we learn the exact phases of the home. It's 2:07. We're gonna come back at 2:17. I'll see you back in 10 minutes. Okay, welcome back, everyone. Continuing on. Builders have to get permits for every single phase of the building process, and typically there's multiple different permits that are going on simultaneously at different properties all across the builders. And sometimes they get red tags, and red tags look a little bit like this. They could be a red tag on a gas meter, could be on a water heater, and red tags means that either the building enforcement or building code was out in the field, saw something that is not going to the standard that the city has or the municipality has, and they're asking for corrective action. The the permit guys, there's not a lot of them. And they're going around the different builders, and if there's a lot of building going on, they have a loop. And they put in for a permit, and it's usually 3 weeks out before they're going to have someone show up. So if a home fails permit, it's likely going to be delayed because construction and everything was put on pause. If you have a builder and the property, everyone else is building on all the other homes and yours is not moving forward at all, if there's one of these red tags, you know exactly what happened. Building cannot continue until it's fixed. Um, and sometimes there's miscommunication between the builder and the city in the permitting process. So things aren't clear, something could change. It could be, there was a lot of this going on with the city of Austin when they moved the plugs from 12, 18 to 24 inches off the floor. Uh, it just happened. And now they'd come up and they would say, no, this is wrong. These have to be moved. And city ordinances change. And an inspector typically doesn't know the city ordinances that well when they're across all of these municipalities. Some municipalities, as an example, will require that a water heater have an expansion tank so that if it exceeds the temperature, it'll go into the expansion tank and relieve some of the pressure. You've probably seen the videos where water heaters exploded and literally shot through the ceiling, shot through the roof, and was looking like a projectile as it was flying through space. Yeah, they can explode like that. That's what the expansion tanks are for. Not all municipalities require an expansion tank, but sometimes we show them showing up on the inspection reports. And the inspector will say, this is missing an expansion tank. Is it required in our municipality? Because likely it's not, but it's still showing up on the report. I've seen that a lot. So permits are obviously a big deal when it comes to new construction, and so are subcontractors. And this is where the builder has the most complexity out of everything to do with building a home. This is where the biggest complexity comes from. They're typically a general contractor and they have subs coming in. They have to schedule the work, they have to schedule the supplies, and the sub has to show up along with the supplies in order to get things done. If supplies are left at the property, they're ripe for being stolen. And if the trades are coming early or come on time and the supplies didn't get arrived, then they're paying hourly rate when the items aren't even there. So they have to have a lot of really good planning and someone keeping track of all of these logistics. But sometimes general contractors are hard to find and subcontractors are hard to find. And you could have subs working in a neighborhood and another sub drive into the neighborhood and say, hey, how much are you guys getting paid? And they're like $25 an hour. Okay, well, we'll offer you $35 an hour if you literally get in my car and come with me. That's happening all over Austin, and it has been happening for the last couple of years where an entire crew would walk off, and the builder then would have to find someone new and train them and get background checks done and all the things. And that is where all of this complexity comes in. If you are a home builder, some of the home builders hire employees to build the homes. Some of them hire a subcontractor, and that subcontractor is required to find their own crew. And the crews are harder and harder and harder to find today. And that's what takes often so long to build a home. A builder could say it's going to be somewhere between 6 and 12 months to build the house. 8 months, 12 months, depends on weather, rain, permits, trades, and availability of supplies, building materials. And so, subcontractors, again, one of the most difficult uh, aspects of building is the human element. Superintendent is going to be in charge of all of the subcontractors. They are in charge of pretty much all of the subs and all of the supers, all of the subs and all of the subcontractors. So, home construction typically revolves around these 10 subs. Site preparation, which is people going out and preparing the land for putting up they prepare the land, put in the plumbing, what they call the rough out frames, and then have prepared for the foundation pour. Then framing of the house. They usually do the Tyvek or the exterior wrap and then the exterior masonry. Then the HVAC is going to get put in, and then the plumbing because you're still at studs on the inside. Then once the electrical and the plumbing is installed and the HVAC ducting and all of that's done, now they're ready to drywall. Once they then float tape, then they're ready to do cabinets. Then once the cabinets are in, then they're going to do tile flooring, tile backsplash, do the bathrooms, and then drywall, paint, landscaping at the very, very end. Landscaping at the end because they're not watering it. There may or may not be an irrigation system, and they need to sell the property as soon as possible so the owner can now take responsibility of making sure that the plants survive. So these are the 10 different subcontractors that are usually out at the property, and sometimes there's overlap where they're going to both be there at the same time or multiple at the same time. Since probably 2018, we've had a lot of skilled workforce delays in Texas, especially. You'll notice that maybe there's hurricanes going on down in Houston, which causes damage, which will have a lot of contractors being moved into that area for roofing and material fix. A tornado happened in Oklahoma, and now you've got a bunch of contractors moving to Oklahoma, decreasing the amount of available skilled workers in the local marketplace. A lot of our schools are trying to create trade programs for electricians and welders, people who need to learn a trade, and these trades will benefit society by having skilled people being able to help put homes on the ground and build stuff. And so there's a lot of competition, and the hourly rates for these people are going up. And Elon Musk's drones haven't happened yet, so we're still having people build them. And as long as that's the case, it is still going to be an issue. Build time and quality of the construction. We talked about earlier this morning that the speed in which the house is put up does not have a correlation to the quality of construction, unless it took a really long time to build and the home was exposed to the elements and the CDX plywood has been beat down by the sun at 110 degrees and the glues begin to melt and the boards are warping and then it rains and they absorb water and they start to mold, all the things. And so we want to get the home built fast and wrap the home as fast as possible so that we don't damage the core frame by having it exposed to the elements. What do you think? Interior stairs to the upper floors on a multi-floor home. You think they're constructed during the framing process?
Yes.
Yep. 100% part of the frame. Your stairs are part of the frames, 2x12s, risers, and then so it's made of the same wood that the rest of the house is. Maybe they're going to put carpet on them, maybe they're going to put a hardwood floor on them and trim them out, but the stairs themselves is part of the framing. So when they frame out the house, the the stairs are just part of the rest of the frame. The features that enhance resale value the most are upgraded kitchens and bathrooms. We learned that one earlier already. The purpose of house wrapping material like Tyvek is to provide a better barrier against termites. What is house wrap for, really?
Dust.
Moisture.
Yes,
Water.
it's a moisture barrier. So you frame the house and you can see right through the studs, right? And on the outside, then they used to put tar paper, but tar paper disintegrates in about 18, 20 years. And so they started putting a composite material made out of plastic that has a 100-year lifespan. And so it helps as a moisture barrier. As rain, a lot of the boards are going to be flat boards where they overlap, but you've got sideways rain, you've got people power washing houses and water coming up in the boards and flowing into the wall, and that moisture is now inside the wall. And if there's heat there and there's food and spores, mold will begin to grow. And so, better to have your house wrapped and wrap it as soon as possible. And so, all the builders are going to do that. Wrap the home with something. Framing. Is it the most expensive component of a home? We learned that it is the most expensive. Whether a home can be built over a slab or a crawl space or a basement. So you're gonna have one of three types of foundations. Slab sitting on the ground, or your house is gonna be sitting on a crawl space where it's up 36 inches off the ground, or it's gonna be sitting and they're gonna have a basement. Is all of that determined based on the area's frost line? Would it surprise you if I told you it does? Do we have a lot of huge basements here in Texas? Do we have, is it often get 30 below zero here in Texas? Are there a lot of basements in Chicago? Does it often get 30 below degrees in Chicago? So what happens is when the moisture in the ground deep underground freezes, it expands. And when it expands, you have convexing and concaving of the soil going on. And that level of convex and concave is moving a foundation slab. And a slab has a tolerance, but not a tolerance to the point that is going on in places like Chicago, where it could be 90 degrees in the summer and negative 30 in the winter. That kind of tolerance is not what slabs are designed for, even post-tension, all the new technologies. So what they do is they dig out all the dirt from under the house. So there is no dirt to freeze. And that keeps the house from having this huge bubble effect where the house is being lifted off the ground because of the freeze. So whether a home can be built over a slab, a crawl space, or a basement is in direct correlation to whether or not you have really deep underground freezing going on in your area. Emrit.
Uh, Jack, what is a frost line? What defines a frost line?
A frost line is the line in which the water is freezing underneath the soil. So anywhere you go down 16 to 18 inches in the soil, you're going to start finding moisture. You go down even further, and it's going to be even more moist. And if you have a 3 foot frost line, then that means that everything in the ground down to 3 feet is frozen. You can have 12 feet, 14 feet frost lines. And so that is enough to lift a house off the ground. And so that's why you have a 18, 20 foot basement ceilings, because that was the frost line. And that's why they removed all that soil. So when the frost line happens, it's not going to expand the house, because imagine if all of the water under the ground 20 feet froze, how much is the house going to lift? The average, 4 feet. 4 feet is the movement. And so that kind of 4 feet moving up and down is enough to destroy a foundation and end up having it crumble over time. Builders like to do landscaping really early in the construction process so that the plants can take root and flower and be really pretty.
False.
False. Yep. So they're going to do it at the very, very end, and there's usually no warranty on the materials. So, all right, building phases. What is the first phase?
Site prep.
All right, lot prep. Yes. The second phase?
Grading.
Foundation,
Okay, foundation, slab. Yep. Third phase?
framing,
Framing.
Okay, we're going to frame the whole dwelling. Fourth phase.
Exterior siding.
Okay, insulation. Fifth is going to
Plumbing.
be the wrap exterior. The sixth is going to be the plumbing, the drywall, the finish out, the landscaping, and then your final inspection CSO. So these are your building phases, not the permit phases. All right, so construction costs. What do we think the most expensive? Well, we're going to break it down. Framing is roughly 17%. The foundation is 11%. Exterior walls are about 7%. Plumbing is 5.8%. Counters and cabinets is 5.5%. Flooring is 4.6%. HVAC is about 4.4%. So your HVAC and flooring are roughly the same in terms of total cost. Interior trim and mirrors, 4.3%. Windows, doors, and stairs, 4%. Drywall, 4%. Shingles, 3.5%. Paint, 3.1%. And all the rest is 17%. So framing is a huge expense, and that was before the price of lumber went crazy. And so after the price of lumber went crazy, obviously the framing became a bigger cost because it increased at a proportion greater than the windows, the HVAC, and all the rest of the stuff. Part of the value that we bring to the table is monitoring the construction progress for our clients. We should be asking the builder or the sales rep for a timeline, at least a building phases, so that we can have an idea of what point they're signing off and what we should expect and what the next major checkpoint is. Sometimes the on-site will be kind enough to send us photos and then we can forward those photos to our clients, but we also can once every 2 weeks drive out to the property, take photos of it, and send it to your client. You can actually put together a really cute book as well. So maybe your client is buying a home and they buy it and they pick a lot. There's nothing on it, it's just dirt. You take a picture of them as a family standing on the lot, and then every 2 weeks you go out to the property and take photos, and then you create a book of the home on its journey of being done. And as you drive the property every 2 weeks, you send photos to your clients. They could be out of town clients. They may want to see the property. I'm going to tell you that you should not be going on property and going out to the properties with your clients without letting the on-site know. I know it feels like it's their property, but it's not yet. And sometimes they require that the on-site be with them, especially prior to the driveway being poured. That mud, that dirt between the street and the house can be very wet and muddy. People can injure themselves. They can step on boards with nails on it. They can slip. They can fall. They can hurt themselves. Builders really don't want anyone on property without a hard hat as well. So if you're going out to the property, they want to see a hard hat. Now, there are walkthroughs where the buyer is invited and it's expected that the buyer and the on-site you're going to be there. And it's usually with the sales rep, the construction superintendent as well, and the real estate agent certainly is invited to the party. This is towards the end where they do their final walkthrough or their pre-closing walkthrough, where they're going to invite you and everyone to come. Typically, it's when you're inside the house, shoes off because the house is done, and the buyer is going to walk the property, and they are going to provide the builder a punch list of items that they're going to give their crew to finish off based on the buyer's requests. Real estate agent should not do this for the client. You should not be approving the condition of the property. Oh, I have an out-of-town buyer and they want me to walk the property and put tape all over it. It may make us feel important, but you have no business doing that on behalf of your client. It is incredible liability and inappropriate for us to be out there. So they need to do it. And if they can't do it, then we need to figure out a path around this. Do they have a family member or someone? But you, as a real estate agent, are not supposed to be the one to do it. Yet, real estate agents do it every single day. So, that is one we're just going to leave there on the shelf for a moment. Insurance is another one, huge. Making sure that the client understands that they need to order a binder of insurance. If they have a lender, they're going to be helping them with that. If they're building a spec home or a custom home or build on their own lot, they should have a general liability insurance, not just a hazard insurance on their home, but a general liability insurance and possibly even workman's comp insurance. Those insurance, this is a cord, it's a one pager that you buy. You would want something like this, and generally it's not that expensive, but they want to protect themselves. And so builders carry builders risk insurance, just like we have E&O insurance as a firm. If someone is having a house built on their lot, they should have a general liability insurance and they should have worker compensation insurance in the event someone gets hurt on their property and they get sued. A good a good service that we offer is to recommend that they speak to an insurance agent if they're going to build on their own lot. And if you have a cash buyer, to give them something in writing stating that you recommended that they get a binder of insurance. We can remind someone of something, but that doesn't mean that they're going to remember to actually do it or even follow through. I've seen several instances where people did buy a home and they didn't get insurance, and then something bad happened and they realized after it was too late. So you have framing stages, but you also have code mandated inspections. And it feels kind of like the same list, but it's not, because the mandate inspection has to come out and they have to see before the next phase can begin. So everything stops once this phase happens. So once the foundation work is done, they're going to come and they're going to need a code mandated inspection before they can sign off on it and they can move to the framing stage and then sign off it and then go to the heavy major mechanical phase and then the electrical phase and then the utility phase, building envelope, which is going to be your exterior masonry and your wrap, drywall, plumbing, HVAC, the final lot grade, which is a big deal to make sure you have negative drainage, meaning water moving away from the house instead of standing water next to the foundation, which can over time cause damage. And then the very last one is COO, certificate of occupancy. And that's usually where the utilities have been roughed in and connected to the city. A buyer cannot buy a home until they cannot move in or close on a transaction until they have certification of occupancy. And sometimes they're waiting for that, and it hasn't happened yet. Ready for closing. Ready or not, here we close. Have you ever been involved in a new construction scenario and got a call from your client, and your client was on their way to closing, and you had no idea that this was even going to happen? There is a provision in the contract that says substantially complete. And as long as they have a certificate of occupancy, which they can get early in the process, they can order closing. And sometimes it's even before the client did their property walk. I had D.R. Horton do it to me one specific time. For the builders, end of quarter and end of year is a really, really important time for them so that they can publish their numbers. It's where they get investor money and it's how they borrow money from third-party lenders. They have to have they have to show certain levels of sales. And as they get to the end of the quarter, they may have homes that are near completion and in their contracts are quote unquote substantially complete. And they can send notice to the buyers that the buyers have to close. And if they don't, the buyers are in breach. And if the buyer doesn't close when the builder tells them to, they can start incurring $100 a day or whatever that's in the contract per diem for not closing when the builder said that they needed to close. And so it's not like the builder and the buyer get to negotiate a time frame. It is very much built into the contract. One paragraph that you want to point to and have your client read, and if they have questions, you have the builder on site explain to your borrower, your client, is regarding what is your substantially complete clause look like so that the buyer can understand that. Because if they close, sometimes they'll close with a punch list. And the builder will say, here are the 10 things that we have left, and we're closing, and we're going to close, and these 10 things are going to be done after closing. And the real estate agent says, no, you can't do that. We cannot interfere between the contract that the builder has and the contract that the buyer has signed. That is a legal document between the two of them. And we don't get to interfere with that on what we think is quote unquote fair or not fair. It's what does the contract say? And we can't interfere in that contract. What do you think? On a show of hands who think you can, who thinks that we can advise and go over the builder contract with our client? So the answer is no. And the reason it's no is because we are not attorneys. Unless you're Veronica, then you are an attorney. But the rest of us, We're not. And the reason that we can advise our clients as to promulgated forms is because I'm just teasing with you, Veronica. Uh, is that we have not because we've received certain educational training on the forms so that we can advise our clients on them. So we're not attorneys. We're not allowed to advise clients as to the rights or remedies of a contract, but we can advise them on track contracts only because we received specific training from Trek and continuing education hours to do it. Some states, like New Jersey, that right was pulled from agents because agents continued to fail at this and they were performing the job of an attorney and providing advice and opinions of an attorney and practicing law without a license. And they pulled the ability for the real estate agents to advise on contracts. This would feel very different in Texas if we couldn't advise our clients or couldn't fill out contracts anymore. Wouldn't that feel very different for us as real estate agents? So they've threatened that. And the attorney lobby very much wants to have that happen because it means that they have to have what's called attorney review. In many states, they have attorney review where the agents put together an informal, non binding letter of intent, like they do in commercial. They put down basic information of what the buyer and seller is willing to, and they hand it to an attorney, and the attorney pays and is paid for and puts the agreement together and signs it and creates an effective agreement. Effective date, all the things. It's a big deal. So when it comes to the builder's contract, it wasn't promulgated by the Texas Real Estate Commission. We don't have training for that form, which means we don't have the legal right or the legal competency to advise our clients on a contract from a builder. You have no right to walk your client through a builder contract. It's called the unlawful practice of law. So, who in that process, in the builder process, can advise your client as to what the contract says? The onsite. The builder onsite is the one who has to answer the client's questions. Now, there are things that we want to make sure that the client knows that we're not going to explain to them. We're going to say, I need you to make sure you have clarity on this. So these are questions that we must ask the builder onsite. Like, at what point is your earnest money non-refundable? What is the inspection period built into this contract? What does substantially complete look like? And the rest of it. And so the builder contract has a seller disclosure built into it. It has guarantee of certain types of insulation built into it. And it's going to have a product list of all of the materials that they're building and the finishes that they're putting together in the house. And if there's something missing on there, it's very difficult for anyone to know because we don't look at those contracts every day. And so we need to have the buyer ask the question if they fell in love with a model home and they want to duplicate and buy a house that's very similar to it and have them build one, or buying a spec home that's maybe at studs and they can't see anything of what's going to be finished yet because they're not there, but it's exact as the model, or the builder said, hey, if you want to see this floor plan, drive over to 124 Main Street tomorrow at noon and the seller will be there and they'll show you the home. Builders do that sometimes. They'll have a client that has that floor plan and send you over. Sometimes they even pay them like $50 so they can show their home to the buyer so the buyer can see the floor plan. Well, that person could have upgraded things that were past what the initial standard options are, and our standard options could have even changed. There are situations sometimes where I'm like, has the model changed any? Oh yeah, we don't do this anymore, and we've increased the height in this room and changed the laundry room around a little bit. So sometimes those things are changed because again, sometimes those model homes are there for 5 or 6 years. So one of the important documents that we need one of the important reminders that we need to tell the buyer is substantially complete and to understand what that provision is. Buyers could have a expectation set that the builder is going to build them a perfect house. There is no such thing as a perfect house. You're going to have variations in color and materials. You're going to sometimes see one 2x4 in a wall was sticking out a little bit more when they put on the sheetrock, and you see a little bit of a bend in the wall. Um, you might see a seam crack. You might see an area where the texture doesn't look exactly the same. So there's going to be variations. It is what it is. And sometimes it can even take a buyer living in a home for a while before they even notice it. We have, we want the buyer to do an inspection. And there are two types of inspections that they can get. They can get a phase inspection where they're going out and they're looking at the home over time, or they can just do the general home inspection just like they do at resale. And when the home is complete, the inspector come out. Builders are changing what they will allow. They have the right to put certain restrictions on inspectors. First, they don't want inspectors going out causing problems while they're still trying to build the house because they may not be as far as the inspector thinks they are along, and the inspector giving them advice like you have to put in an expansion tank when that's not necessary. It's not the buyer's house yet, it's the builder's. So it's true that the builder is going to provide the buyer to have the home inspected, but it's generally going to be closer to the end. And when it is towards the end, some of the builders are requiring that the inspectors email over a copy of their E&O insurance before they do the inspection. So the builder wants to get the home complete, and then usually right before the tape walk or that final punch block where we're going to go and walk the property, the inspector will then hopefully inspected it before we got there, give the inspection report to us. Then we can walk the property with the inspector and see in person all the things that he found that need to be addressed, hand the inspection report over to the builder on site is going to address them all, and then the buyer walk the property and look for things that they're going to ask the builder to fix that is more finish related. Maybe paint some trim that's got some paint issues. There's a couple dings in a couple of the floors. Maybe one of the cabinets has a door that's not connected correctly. All the things, right? All the things. The buyer's going to walk through the property and point to all the things that they would like to have the builder fix. The builder then is going to write down each one of those, and then the builder is going to give that to their team, and they're going to try to correct all those things. And the buyer is going to come back, and then they're going to sign off on the property. A lot has changed in the 1-2-10. Now we see the 1-2-6. Materials and workmanship for a year, systems like plumbing and HVAC for 2 years, and major structural defects for up to 6 years. Now, it still says this in the NHC book, so I'm leaving it here until they change it, but we know that the laws around us have changed. It is a 1-2-6. A builder's warranty is going to exclude items where the seller has modified it. So damage, abuse, misuse, neglect, it could easily void the builder's warranty. Just like if you're buying a greenbelt home and they've guaranteed a certain level of energy efficiency, if you've replaced the light bulbs, you might void that warranty. Adding 220 in the garage, adding a little bit of electrical so that you can have a welder in the garage, likely is going to void the warranty on the electrical. Adding a pool is likely going to void the warranty on the plumbing. There's a lot of things that can void the plumbing or avoid the warranties. So we have to be careful in sellers making changes to the property, because once they do, it's likely that they're not going to warrant it anymore. I feel like there was one more thing here. Custom building. If you have a true custom build coming, I highly recommend that you, as a real estate agent, back up a little bit and get a mentor. Now, obviously, you're going to need a mentor if you're doing regular, everyday transacting on a spec home, and this is the first one that you've done, get a mentor. But if you've done 15, 20 new constructions and you're doing your first true custom, I recommend hiring someone who can assist you with that. because this is going to be a 2-year probably relationship that you're going to have. Most agents aren't well versed in looking at a set of plans and helping a buyer through that. And that is something that a real estate agent could look at: the width of hallways, the height of ceilings, the natural light that comes through the windows, the how far the eaves drop, whether there's a deck upstairs that's going to block the natural light, which way the sun sets, which side the primary bedroom is, if it's going to get the morning sun or the afternoon sun, all the things, whether or not the front door is going to get direct sun in the afternoons. All of these things are things that a real estate agent is likely going to be asking um, a engineer about, or an architect in building the plans. Usually, the real estate agent will even provide a couple of referrals for architects in building the plans. If they're if the real estate agent takes the client to David Weekley, David Weekley has over 3,000 floor plans where they've built before. And so they have a huge library, and they can take you through the library of 1-story, 2-story, smaller homes, larger homes, and they've got an entire library, and they're happy to share those. But if somebody is really building something truly custom, lake house property, who knows what, it is getting them in touch with an architect, building the plans, going through all the plan changes, and it could take 6 months to agree on a set of plans, and then finding a contractor that's going to build it. And sometimes the contractor and the architect has a relationship, sometimes they don't. But finding the right contractor that's going to build it with a commitment uh, on finishing it on a certain date, and staying with the contractor to make sure that the contractor is going to be open to changes, because typically I've not seen a custom property be built and there not be changes while the home is being built after the contractor was already hired. Like changing out fixtures, increasing the height of a window or the width of a window, adding additional windows, all kinds of things that can happen. So this is, like I said, a 2 to 3 year relationship that's going to happen here. So we have to hear from the client if what they're looking for is, I'd like 5 to 7 acres, and they start talking about a home that they want. And if there is no home like it, then one option, if they're willing to wait, is truly having a custom home built. Um, and it happens a lot more often than you think. And we have some people here that are competent in that. So if you fall into this, um, please get with us, get with your manager, Mr. Potter, so we can get you connected with someone. If this is something you might not want to take on at all, you might want to refer it out, or you might want to have a mentor that mentors you through this. Choosing a custom builder, 8 to 18 months for the custom builder, typically. So by the time they're custom building this thing, they've already spent a year on the plans. So the buyer, the builder, they have to select a lot. They have to determine whether or not the lot is going to be able to be properly graded and the house is going to fit and all the things. So part of it is choosing the right lot. That's something that David Weekley does too, which is cool. They have a specific guy who will meet out if a client is buying a piece of land and going to build a custom home. David Weekley would really like for them to be able to see the piece of land before the buyer buys it and has them contracting on building a house on it, because some lots are more buildable than others, depending on the slope and how much backfill the foundation is going to have to be if it is on a slope, and all the things. And so some of the most beautiful lots are some of the most difficult, especially those with a view. Usually they're going to be some kind of hill or not exactly flat. And so they also are going to look to determine what's in the ground. What do you think why it would matter what's in the ground if you're going to build a home on top of it? What are some things that could really impact it? Well, Sherry.
How much clay is in the soil, because that's going to impact the foundation.
Black sand, clay, granite. Okay. What are some other things that might be underground that also could cause a marketable increase in the cost to put the house there?
The presence of radon gas.
Well, I mean, radon gas is everywhere, right? Because it's naturally in the granite. That's not the one. Leor.
Water?
Yeah. So I'm gonna say septic. So if you're out for far enough away where you have an undeveloped lot, chances are it's not going to have city utilities. Maybe, but most of the properties that have access to city utilities, someone at some point already built a house on it. So if you're building on an own lot, it's usually something rural and it usually is not going to connect to city sewer. Sometimes it will, but sometimes it doesn't. And putting in a septic tank, you need to have a place on the property where they can dig. And if this property has got nothing but granite, they're going to need dynamite to blow up the granite to dig down, and that is going to drastically increase the cost of putting anything on the ground. Leveling it with granite can be expensive as well. And if there's granite pieces all over, like in granite shoals, there's granite everywhere and it's literally coming through, and you can see it on top of the soil because it's just everywhere. It can be very difficult to build a house on that. Part of it could be granite, and then the other part of it's clay. And now you've got a problem because half the house is anchored to granite, and the other house is expanding with the soils. So that's what's so great about having a builder go out there and they can look at the whole lot and they can get a feel for it and they can give you a kind of an idea there on the spot what they think about that particular lot and whether or not they think it's going to have a drastic increase in the cost to put a home on that lot versus another lot. Okay, we have another break coming up here at 3 o'clock. When we get back, we are going to continue on and we're going to have a breakout session when we get back. It's 3:02. Let's come back at 3:12. Okay, we are going to do something fun here in a moment, which we need Lisa Ormsby for. We're going to catch up with our points. Coming out of our last class, Veronica was in fifth place with 11,275 points. Jeanette was in fourth place with 12,400. Renee holding firm in third place with 13,125 points. Amrit already enough points to graduate with 15,275 as a mega graduate, and Birdie with 17,400. We need at least 20,000 points in Eve to qualify to be a master salesperson. And we don't have the 20,000 points as of the sixth class. I wonder if that's changed because I do not know. But we are still in week 3. So we are really still early in the point process. A lot happens the last week as people start getting into the rush of getting their points in. Okay, Lisa, so I'm going to turn over to you. Who is in fifth place?
Okay. In fifth place is Veronica with 12,025 points.
Verona maintains her fifth place position. Congratulations, staying in the top 5.
She was just doing the dance. In fourth place is Renee Pretty with 15,000 points even. Even Steve.
And enough points to graduate. Congratulations, Renee. Good job.
But it doesn't mean you can't show up for the other classes because then you won't graduate. So putting that out there. Jeanette Ibarra is in third place with 15,025 points.
So Jeanette and Renee traded places over 25 points.
And then in second place with 16,400 points is Emrit.
Good job, Amrit. Excellent work maintaining your second place listing. I love it.
And then in first place, still holding strong, though I've not graded some of the videos that will be due. When you say end of the third week, Jack, do you mean today or do you mean Sunday? I need clarification of that. I'll let you think about that.
You
Birdie,
know, yeah, that's my first reaction is that you need time to record them. And so um I think moving on is gonna be 5 o'clock Friday.
okay, so 5 o'clock today.
Well,
Those.
I mean, for moving on in future megas so they know that ahead of time.
Hmm. Okay, so Birdie has 18,125 points, and she is still in the lead.
Very nice, Birdie. Good job. Congratulations. And you have your hand up. What's up?
Thank you. Sorry, I just wanted to clarify that is the video required to be turned in for the mock open house script as well today? Or is that Sunday?
Mm, I have to look back. I know
Okay.
specifically on the marketing that was due by the end of the week, which is today.
Okay. Thank you.
And any other questions regarding points? Let's hold those back until after class. Amrit, did you have a quick question that was on non-point related?
No.
Okay. All right. Um, all right. And Sharon, I will give you some ideas. Um, Oftentimes agents do them solo and they just need a tripod, but we'll talk about that after class as well. All right. Good. It's 3:17, so we've got about an hour and 45 minutes left, and we have just enough content. Might have you out a few minutes early, which I don't think anyone is going to be upset about, but we'll just see how it goes. The new home transaction, 8 key processes. So your value proposition here is a big deal. In the beginning of class, we talked about the fear that a lot of agents have regarding new construction is that they can be undervalued, that the client might look at the agent and say, I don't understand why I would need you in new construction. Doesn't make sense because aren't all your value is helping me go find a house? I already found one, so why do I need you? And so you understanding your value goes a long way to explaining to the buyer, Mr. Buyer, Mrs. Buyer, nobody in this transaction has your back but me. The onsite has a fiduciary duty to their employer. The lender has a fiduciary duty to their employer. Someone in this whole thing needs to be looking out for your interest, reminding you to get insurance, walking you through the transaction, making sure you're getting an owner's title policy, make sure you're having the home inspected, and walking you through it step by step so you know what I'm seeing out there with other transactions to set your expectations, what you should see here, and walk you through the entire transaction. So our value proposition is big and getting all their questions answered. I like starting with a new home buyer consultation. I've even used model homes for this. Meeting a client at a builder, walking a property, they want to put in an offer, and we grab a model home and we sit on the kitchen table and go through the paperwork and get it all signed right there on the spot. I've done that multiple times. Matching a buyer, the builder, the development, and the home all together. Just because they want to buy a new home doesn't mean that they're going to buy a new home with the first builder that you see. Likely, they're going to want to see multiple different builders. So if you have a buyer that's looking specifically for new construction, now it's trying to match the buyer with the right builder in the right price range, with the right subdivision, with what they're looking for, and knowing where to take them and who at what community has inventory that matches what they're looking for, which you can only know if you're going out to those builders on a regular basis and seeing what they have, or calling the builder ahead of time and asking them what they have and what price range. Helping the client put in an offer by providing the onsite the information's necessary, like setting the expectation that the buyer is going to need to probably get pre-qualified through the builder's lender, and that there's going to be possibly incentives tied, but that they should have another lender with a pre-qualification letter so that they can shop those lenders against each other to see who's going to really give them the best deal, the best rate. And the two litmus tests is what is the payment going to be and what is the cash to close going to be. Those two things tell the entire story. You can really get into the weeds with all the numbers, but at the end of the day, what is the cash to close and what is the monthly payment? If you look at those two things side by side, that tells the best story than anything else. And in part of the making the offer, is asking the right questions, having the buyer understand what it is they're signing without us breaching our fiduciary duty with them by giving them advice as an attorney, but rather, here are the questions that you should ask. What is substantially complete? When is your earnest money not going to be um, refundable anymore? Um, what happens if the builder runs out of a specific material and they have to do a substitution? Do you get to pick the substitution or are they just going to do it? What happens if the builder is delayed? What happens if the builder finishes the home early and you're not out of your apartment yet and now you're being forced to carry two payments and you weren't expecting it? What does the contract say? So that all of their questions are answered and things that we could see that could be an issue are at least the expectations are set ahead of time. So let's start with our value proposition. Helping them negotiate. That doesn't mean beating them up on price, by the way. It could be an appliance package, an irrigation system, sod, blinds, title policy. All of these things are possible. What are some other things that you can negotiate in a builder contract? That's
Closing
not
costs.
these things. What was that?
I said
Closing costs,
closing
is that what I
costs.
heard?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I like that one a lot. Closing costs. The big one is price, right? What are some other things?
Appliances, mini blinds.
Okay, appliances. I
Gutters.
like it. Okay, good. So negotiating all kinds of things, price, closing costs, and then all of the extras, and the list goes on. It could be to include a garage door opener. It could include two smart home features. It could be the Alexa system that you say, "Hey Alexa, open the blinds," and all the blinds raise. And there's a lots of cool tech that they have. It could be a whole house speaker system or a whole house alarm system. Mario.
Yes, recently we did that with a client, and we actually got them a washer and dryer at no cost to them.
Yeah. And what a cool thing that is. Getting a house and getting the washer, dryer, and fridge all installed for you by the builder. It's ready to go. And you walk in on day one and it's all clean and all your appliances are done and you just move in on day one. It is a very cool thing. So many lenders, like Legacy Mutual, where Michelle Iconin used to be, have arrangements with builders where they can use the builder credit. So DR Horton, if they're unable to qualify a buyer, we sometimes have other lenders that can qualify the buyer. In fact, we have it happen all the time. A builder declines the buyer, so the buyer is not qualified through that builder, and another lender is able to do it because the builder usually only has one product. They have their overlays, and if something's not going to fit within their brackets, it's not going to happen. Now, I've also had the opposite true, where I've had a lender, my lender couldn't do it, but the builder could. And so every lender has different overlays and different requirements and takes a different approach to get them qualified. So just because they were declined does not mean that they're going to be declined all across the board. That's a very important thing to know. You need to know why were they declined and then talking with other lenders to find out if they can overcome that scenario. And sometimes it's not overcomable, but sometimes it is. I once had a client who had a ton of medical on their credit, and they were all in collections. Now, we all know that if someone has medical on their report, that they exclude it. And so they can't take that into account when calculating their FICO score or with approving them. Well, there's a HUD rule that says that if the borrower has gone and submitted a request for deletion or contested the line item on the credit report, that that has to be removed or it has to the request has to be undone if they put it in if they're contesting it. They couldn't get it undone. And so the lender said, we can't qualify this person. Yes, it's a medical, and medical doesn't matter, but because they've contested it while it's in that status, that's a separate issue, and we can't qualify them. And I kept saying, but medical doesn't matter. And like it, the problem is they've contested it. And so I went to another lender, and the other lender was able to close them, and they didn't have that overlay. So you can often find things like that where you need to be, like we talk about in Mega 1.1, um, laser focused on not letting anything get in the way of the path. And we're going to go and attack the problem and find a lender that will do it. Sometimes it's not possible. Does anybody know what the minimum FICO score is for VA?
There isn't one.
That's
It's
right.
20, but there, like you just said, there's not one per se.
That's right. There's no FICO minimum FICO score for VA at all. It's all DTI. And so if a
Mhm.
lender declines someone because of FICO score, it's because they have an additional overlay on top of the HUD requirements, which means you're not dealing with a lender that's direct to VA. You're dealing with the wrong lender in that scenario. So if they get declined because they've got a 580 score, and they're VA, you get them with another lender, and likely you're going to be able to get them closed. All right. So our value proposition, getting them with lenders, being tenacious about getting them qualified, helping them negotiate, getting them to understand how they can structure the best deal for themselves with whatever the builder incentive is and applying that to closing costs or to upgrades. Our market knowledge and knowing where the builders are and taking them out to different builders so they can really get a good idea of what's available to them. Selection of lender, choosing the right inspector, third party referral connections, finding the right neighborhood, floor plans, which way the home is facing. Maybe not buying a property that has a $30,000 lot grade because they think that the lot upgrade is something that they're going to get back later, and likely not. So explain, Mr. and Mrs. Buyer, look, if you want to buy this lot, it's a beautiful lot. I just have to tell you, when you resell this property, you're likely not going to get that lot premium back. And the builder always tells them the opposite. No, when you sell that property, you'll definitely get that back in the price. Well, I haven't experienced that personally. When I list a property $30,000 more than the next door neighbors and it's the exact same home because of the land, nobody buys it. They buy the next door neighbor's house every single time. So no, I haven't experienced that. Now I'm not going to cause a fight in front of the onsite like that and be that confrontational. But I would say, in my experience, we really need to have a conversation with that because um, it I've seen some things. Helping manage costs from upgrades in the design center, being an advocate for them through the entire process, like phase inspections, walking the property, taking photos as it's going along, seeing the red tags, having conversations with the superintendent, and being relentless and just kind of keeping the process moving forward and being there with them. And hearing all the conversation, remembering what was said, and documenting everything. I've had situations where the onsite was fired or quit in the middle of a transaction. We have a new one, and the new one had a completely different understanding of what was going on, and it was turned into a mess, actually. And so, you being there, had I not been there in that scenario, a lot of things would have not been the same. So, don't undervalue yourself, and don't think that you don't have value in new construction because you probably have more value in new construction than resale. It's just not what buyers think. The new home buyer consultation is a really valuable source. We do a buyer consultation. We always invite all of our clients to do a consultation, a buyer boot camp, as we call, building rapport, explaining the buying process to them, getting the rep agreement signed, learning what it is that they're looking for, where do they want to be near, how many stories, what price point, get them with the lender, get them pre-approved, all of that, putting in together a timeline for them, and then going out in the field and starting a search, which very well may start with builder's update. or one of the two that's in the MLS. You sometimes are going to use the MLS for new construction, but not all the time. I'm going to put you guys in a breakout room for 10 minutes. And this is going to surprise you. I want you to think of yourselves as someone who is currently living in Seattle, Washington. You're a mile from the ocean, you got a beautiful little cottage house, and you're moving to Austin, Texas. And you want to buy a new home. You have decided that when you move to Austin, you want a new home. You want a single story home. You want something around 2,500 square feet, and ultimately, you would really like a three-car garage. And you'd like that to be, I'm going to make things easier for you here, under $475,000. Even though there's a lot in that other price range too, we're just going to make it a little bit easier for you. Under 475. I'm going to give you 10 minutes, which means select a captain, and then share your screen, and then jump on all the search portals. Go find the single story home. Pretend that you are the buyer. And let's just see how easy this is. We have the MLS. That's a whole different story. Right now, you cannot use the MLS for this because that's going to break the rule. It has to be using what the buyers have access to, which is Realtor.com, Zillow, and Homes.com.
Does it matter if it's inventory or not?
What's that?
Does it matter if it's inventory or not? The home that we're looking for?
Yes, because you need to move here in 60 days. And
60
you
days.
don't have time to, you need a home that's done. I gave
Got
you the
it.
wrong amount, so I had to fix it and pull you back because I put you in for 4 minutes accidentally. You need 10. All right, so yes, you need to have a house that you can move into.
Got it.
Let's see what you come up with. Very interesting. So what did you come up with? Let's start with group one. Did you have any troubles?
So
You did.
sorry, I forget who's if we're group one or not.
Birdie, Tessa, Jeanette, Jay, Jennifer,
Yeah.
and Renee.
So we did in the beginning, we definitely were having trouble finding new builds with three-car garage. Most of what we could find was um, not in Austin proper, but more like Kyle, Round Rock, Georgetown, places like that.
Okay. So group two, Amrit, Anna, Janeth, Mohammed, Renee, Sherry. How'd you do?
I think that's me again. Similar. So we kind of all took one avenue. So one did Zillow, Realtor.com, Homes.com. We tried Claude, and none of us found more than two, two results in our search.
And when you start calling on them and you start doing research on them, you find out the some that you did like are already closed, and you start finding out all this information. Did a lot of them, did they all have photos? Well, okay. Let's get through group three. Group three, how did you do?
I only found one on Zillow, and that was a review.
You found one. Okay, well, I guess they got one house available in Austin. Do we only have one new home available in Austin currently right now? You think there might be a couple more? Okay.
Yeah.
Interesting. Huh. How about, all right, group four. How'd you guys do?
I had shared my screen with the group and we were all digging in realtor.com and we didn't find any immediate searches. We had to put a bunch of filters and then we're able to find just a couple in our criteria. And then trying to dig and research a little deeper, we were trying to look for any incentives or any offers or anything like that. A lot of them were pending or um yeah, it was a little difficult, but we were just trying to find a home that fit the criteria on the slides the best, and we were able to find one, but then the group out breakout setting ended, so but we did find one. It was in Lockhart and it fit all the criteria as a new construction built by DR Horton. And yeah, they were offering 5,000 closing guarantee if you qualify. We were able to find one, but that's about it.
And I can almost guarantee you that that property's been sold already, but we didn't have time to actually call and get a hold of the on-sites. So, what is your big takeaway from this entire exercise? What do you think the point of this was in the first place?
Think as you go filtering down your segments and sections, you're going to be limiting your filters are gonna start dwindling down to very specific type of homes. And three-car garage is not something that's ever mostly advertised. So when we got to that point, you basically disappeared. We disappeared off the map, except in one particular case.
Okay, thank you. Good findings. Jeanette, Janae, Birdie, Sherry, Anna, Leor, Jennifer.
My
Okay, there's a lot.
my feedback is why in the world would you go to the sites and not hire a realtor?
Hmm. So you might be thinking to yourself, hmm, I just wonder how easy this is for them. How much are they really struggling out there? Sherry.
I think that it really showed the value that we bring to the table as agents when we know our market, know the builders, and go out and make ourselves available and have that information to share with our buyers.
You know, we do have more value than we think because sometimes when we just stop and do it the way they're doing it and we look, we have no idea what they're up against until we get there. Birdie, Jennifer, Sharon. Actually, I'm sorry, Birdie. Jay, you're up first.
Just that I think having that extra resource of the apps gives us that much more value. The builder apps, in addition to the MLS, as opposed to them just doing their their evening search online.
Okay. Thank you, Birdie.
I just think it's so important to have a realtor when you're doing new home construction because a lot of times when you're looking on Zillow and you're looking for a new home, they're not going to have a property available with a three-car garage because a lot of times when it's a standard property, they're not going to add that. So you need to add it yourself. So you're never going to find a new home with a three-car garage because a lot of times I don't think they would add one to a standard home.
Well, I mean, they do. They do, but it's just not at, it depends on the price point. It's going to be standard in certain price ranges, and then it's going to be um, one of those things where they're not going to do it always because they're trying to reach a price point. All right. What I really wanted you to see is how many of them don't have photos. How many of them are really, really poorly advertised. A lot of the builders' inventories have architectural designs where it shows a fake picture of the front of the house. How many of you saw that? So what happens when you see that? You just go on to the next one and you're trying to find something that has photos. So part of the point of this really was to show you what your value is as a listing agent for a builder and how you can really have your properties stick out if you advertise them correctly because most of the builder inventories are not even remotely advertised correctly. And by getting some decent photos on these properties, it can be a game changer for you and leads, but also for the builders as people are moving from all over the place and they are trying to find a home and they're looking at all over the sites and the only thing that they can come up with is there are none. And we know that that's completely untrue. There are a massive amount of inventory. It's just the builders are not doing a very good job um, marketing their properties. But more than that, they don't know how to market it because they have an empty lot to sell. It's very difficult to sell a vision when you're dealing with homes. It's easier to have a home that's done and then sell a spec, but then you're only targeting part of the market. So how do you get these people to come out? How do you get them to show up? The real estate agents. We bring them out. And so, all right, that was a good exercise for you, I think, to give an idea. I think there was a couple of other hands. Who else had their hands up? I'm sorry. Sharon?
I actually had it up, but what I wanted to say is that most of them don't offer information unless you give your information. So it's kind of frustrating if they're wanting my information first before they give me any details. Because I went site to site to site to site trying to see what they looked like and what it said.
And everywhere you go, you got to put in a phone number and an email address and register. And then, yeah, I mean, there's that too. Yeah, that's a really good point, Sharon.
Oh, I'm
My experience has been when someone comes to me with a home and they're like, I just saw this because I worked with Zillow a lot my first year. And I've told most all of my clients that I met was, I can find you what you want. I'm sorry that one's not available, but I can find you what you want. It may not be where you want it.
We've got Akila. Hi, yeah, Lindsay, I'm here. Akila, did we catch you at a bad time? You look a little busy.
Who has a hot mic?
Not busy at all. I am totally available and
So your
present.
mic is on.
Akila, I'm reporting.
Marios, it
Sunday,
was
May
you.
18 opens with bulletproof
No,
contract.
it's not him.
It's
Pulled over
Lisa.
me right after and
It is Lisa, of all people. The one person who's supposed to be monitoring the mics.
That's good.
Okay. It's not as easy finding new construction as sometimes we think it is for them. And so we can do a really good job helping the builders market better, and we can help the buyers find things by knowing where to look and getting them in a portal and using builders updating those sites. But even when we do give them our portals, there's a very good chance that 85% of the listings are going to have architectural designs as a fake rendition of what the house is going to look like because the builder just threw it in there because they have a lot to sell and you can put anything on that lot. And so it's just an idea, just to let them know that you can put something here and price range could be anything. It's a really difficult way to sell a house. When the client falls in love with a home, often the details become less relevant because they found the one. Quality of life is what people are looking for when they're buying a home. Investment property, completely different thing. And so we don't want to take advantage of a client who is in love with the property, and we don't want to do something to distract from their excitement, but we also have to be the person who gauges the realities of things and tell them. So we don't want to burst their bubble, but we want them to love their home, but we also have to find a good balance in explaining things like the HOA, deed restrictions, pros and cons of locations, communities, the restrictions of a communities, uh, standard features, closing costs, all the realities of it as well. I've had clients who fell in love with a home, and have you ever seen a client get their heart broken? I've seen it. And from that point on, it's really not a fun home journey at that point because they're going to compare everything that they see to the one that for whatever reason didn't work out. So we have to be objective without bursting bubbles. And we also can't just not tell them things that we know they need to hear because they're excited and or afraid to burst their bubble. So a difficult job. In showing new homes, there are some things that you can help buyers with that maybe they haven't considered. Lot premiums is one, which way the floor plan is facing, which way the house is facing based on the sun in the backyard, and covered patio. They may not even realize it doesn't have a covered patio until the first time it rains and like, wait, it doesn't even have a patio. They might not even have noticed that because they don't see it. What are some other things like that that a buyer might not even notice until they get into it and realize later, oh, I didn't even realize that.
Blinds.
Okay, blinds. I like that one for sure.
Gutters.
Huge.
Ground elevation or slopes.
Okay. Uh-huh. That.
A lot of people want a gas stovetop and maybe don't think about that.
Realize, oh wait, this isn't a gas. I thought it was. What about garage door opener? They're in their car like, wait, ugh, really? I gotta get out of my car and go open the door? Really? They hadn't thought about that until they drove up to the house and realized, oh, he doesn't have an opener. Okay, well, I guess I'll have to add that later. So, our job is to make sure that they are well-informed buyers. And all of these things that we're talking about right now, we've spoken to them about so that when they get to the house, it's not a big surprise. It's okay, $600 to $800 garage door installed from Home Depot. Takes about a week after closing. That's kind of stuff. What about also when they buy the house? When in the process of the builder breaking ground and closing out, does it matter when through that? Is it going to really matter much to them? The first in, what do they get? First one to buy in the neighborhood, what's the value for them?
More choices.
1,000%. They get to pick from the a value for all the available inventory. So you get the pick of the litter of the best lots. Do you think the price is going to be better or it's going to be worse later? Lower or higher later? The first lots you buy are usually the cheapest. And over the next 5 to 7 years, things get more and more expensive. So the first in, they usually get the best deal. Oftentimes it doesn't appraise and they end up they know that it needs to appraise and they come down in price even more. You get to pick from the best lots, but they also have to deal with the whole other side of it, which we spoke about before, which is the construction noise and the contractors and the dust and the porta potties everywhere and picking up nails in your tire and all the things. And so there's that as well. So here's a couple of pick lists that we're going to have, dog ear pages. When you go to the model home, it's a good idea to call ahead. And then when you arrive there, wear your name badge, dress professionally, make an appointment so the sales reps can anticipate you coming so they have time to dedicate just to you and your client. Introduce the buyer and yourself upon entry, their names, and make the introduction like we're supposed to. Ask for a lot availability sheet, which they'll have, floor plans, their inventory sheet, and an upgrade sheet. What are your standard upgrades? I always like to know what do you have available right now? Can I have a list? And they'll always have that available. And then a list of all of their lots, which ones are their lots and which ones have not sold yet. They'll grab a highlighter and they'll show you which ones are available. These are good things to have to be able to hand to your buyer. They're probably gonna go out on a tour. So I right now, the way the world is, everyone's driving themselves. My client had her 3 kids in the car, and she drove in front. I drove behind, and behind me was the onsite. And all of us were in our own cars. I'm like, 4 years ago, we all would have been in one car, but that's just something has fundamentally changed about that. But go out and tour the properties with them. My recommendation is that when you go to an onsite, that you meet at the model home, you meet the onsite, you have the onsite do their spiel, and the onsite take you to the property. Instead of dropping your client off at the property and going to the model home and getting a key and coming back, which I see some agents doing, or having your client sitting in the car and going to the model home and asking for a key and not introducing your clients to them at all. If you're going to be doing resale and a new construction and then more resale in your showings that day, call ahead, find out how much time they're going to need, meet them at the model home, introduce your clients to the onsite, and make sure that you've given yourself enough time while you're there for the onsite to be able to do their normal thing and go and see the inventory so the client can see it all. There are a lot of agents right now that are doing the opposite of what they used to do. Instead of just focusing on resale like they used to do, they're just focusing on new construction and making that their primary and just selling a whole bunch of new homes. And with the rates the way they are, probably not a really bad idea, but that's not our fiduciary duty. Our fiduciary duty is to show them everything. And while we're there, be listening to what the onsite says to the client because we're likely going to need to remember some of that information later. Be objective, be rational. Um, we're not negotiating anything in that moment, so just let the conversation go wherever it's going to go. And prime questions if you hear something that you think they should know that we haven't heard yet, like incentives or their interest rates or what their HOA is or something like that. And usually the on-site's got a pretty good spiel and they're going to get through everything, but sometimes there's still some things that are just missing. And your client usually has a criteria. 1,800 square feet or more, 3 bedrooms, they need 3 full baths, whatever the criteria is, they always need, something. Got to have the single story, and they tell that to the onsite. Now the onsite's trying to help solve their problem. So here are the model homes don'ts. We don't want to just show up unannounced because that is gonna cause problems for us, the client, and the onsite. And if you do, just, hey, what about that community? Can you pull in? Hey, we weren't scheduled. Do you have a moment to answer a couple questions? Or do you have any inventory items? But sometimes they're in a meeting where they're meeting with another agent and a buyer already. They might look up and say, hey, can I help you? Yeah, I just wanted to see if you have any inventory. Feel it out, but don't just walk right in and interrupt them because it's very, very rude. Don't come off across as possessive to the buyer. I don't even like using the word my buyer in front of the sales rep. Don't leave the buyer alone with the sales rep and go outside and pick up the phone and start having a conversation with a deal that's falling apart. Don't ever leave them alone with the sales rep because you want to be the scribe to be able to repeat anything that you heard that was talked about. As soon as you're no longer part of the conversation or a conversation happened without you, now you're at a disadvantage. And that happens when the client goes to the onsite without you. You're at a disadvantage because conversations and promises and commitments and things have been made that you're not aware of. So now you have to play catch up. Probably best not to answer your phone if people are trying to call you, even though we're huge on answering the phone. Right now, you pretty much need to dedicate that time with your client. Don't point out negative things in front of the sales rep. They have pride in their community. And when we are poking things out in front of their client, it's their they can be embarrassed by that. So make notes, and if there's something you really need to point out to your client, you can do it without the sales rep there or later. And don't treat the sales rep as an adversary because they're really not an adversary, and you'd be surprised at just how much tension and how much posturing goes on between a real estate agent and a sales agent because the sales agent doesn't understand their role. So if you want to see it for yourself, just take for a moment when you're standing in a model home and just watch the interaction of a couple of agents, and you're going to realize it, and you're going to see it firsthand, and you're going to shake your head. Go take NHC. All right, the offer. Buyer agents working the resale market are accustomed to working with sellers who are emotionally involved and often overlist their properties slightly, or um, we know that how we negotiate the offers, we are going to get a counter offer. And there's an expectation that we're going to get a counter offer when we put in resale, but that's not the case for the builders. And the builders are not emotional. And when you're at the on-site and you're negotiating, you're not negotiating with the on-site ever. The on-site doesn't have signing privileges, nor do they have the ability to put an agreement together. They can put together an offer and they're going to hand it to their sales manager, and their sales manager is the one that's going to accept it, counter it, decline it. Now, the sales manager might say, this thing has to go under contract this weekend, get me something over 200, and she's coming in over 200 and know it's going to get signed. But I think that most of the time the sales rep knows what's going to get signed and knows what's not going to get signed. And sometimes they're not even willing to put in offers together that they know that's not going to be signed. And real estate agents are offended by this, and they're like, I'm going to call Trek and I'm going to turn you in because you have to present our offer. And it's an employee that's not licensed by Trek, so they don't follow the same rules as we do. So if they say they're not going to put in an offer, they're not going to put in an offer. So it's like, okay, got it. So, how do we get this done? The client wants to buy it. We want to negotiate a good deal. What does that look like? And just have a very nice, casual conversation that's respectful. And they're usually going to want to negotiate it right then. Depending on how much inventory it is, you might want to just put some space in after seeing it. But if there's only one, you lose and you run the risk of it going under contract. I don't know what's happened in the last 2 weeks, but a lot of builder inventory has gone under contract in the last 2 weeks. Half of the properties that I was calling on were already under contract. So we've certainly had something happen in the last 2 weeks. Because 2 weeks ago, there was a lot of inventory out there. I was speaking with onsites who said they had one of the slowest 4th of Julys that they've ever had. And the week after 4th of July, everything is kicked back into gear. So good news, but it has whiplashed as it usually does. So you typically are going to put in an offer with the onsite, put it together, and then it's going to go to the manager for signature. And sometimes you're going to not know for a couple days. Sometimes you're going to know in a couple of hours. But uh, the the check and the earnest money, the it's not the same either. And the option period is not the same either because their contract has an inspection period. So most builders are not going to have an option period. And most builders are looking for all different amounts of earnest money. I've seen $100. I've seen $500. I've seen $5,000. I've seen it all over the map. And sometimes they have weekend specials where this weekend it's $250 for the earnest money. You see all kinds of crazy things like that. So the expectation of 1% is not even remote. And they're probably more negotiable on earnest money than most home sellers are on the earnest money. And most builders use their own contract, as we spoke about earlier today. And that means that they have to explain it. We can't. And I've seen some of them explain it really poorly. And I feel like it's just, it's a train wreck kind of watching it. Most of the time when I'm at a builder and they want us to sign the contract, they fill it out, and then there's a computer that's forward facing to the consumer, and they're like, okay, just sign, sign. I've asked them, can I get a copy of it up front so we can read it? No, we don't give copies. You have to sign it. So you want us to sign this and not know what we're signing? Yeah, that's basically what it is. So then if the buyer has questions, they're going to go through the contract together. Um, I've seen some on sites that were not able to explain the contract very well at all. So we can't, and sometimes the on-site can't, and the buyer may have serious questions. And if your buyer is a blue, they're going to really struggle with this process. So that on-site is going to have to spend the next hour or so with the client as they go through it page by page and explain. And if the on-site can't, then they're going to have to call their sales manager or another salesperson to explain it, especially if the salesperson is new. So don't expect this to be clean. Don't expect this to be like you would do once you know the contract and walk your client through it, and that you're working with a listing agent or an agent on the other side and you expect them to kind of understand it. Sometimes it's not like that at all. So we can't get involved in the contract between parties here. I will say this as well. You know that we don't have our commissions in our rep agreements, but the commissions are in the contract. For a long time, we would not have our commissions in the contract, but the builders did. So now the builder's contract matches how we do business with our commissions are covered in the contracts on both builder deals and ours, which is a good thing to, have those things the same. But when you're looking at the agreement, you also need to look at the addendum because they're going to have an addendum for you as a real estate agent. And that is what's going to uh, look at what they're reimbursing the buyer for. It's not what the builder's paying you, it's what the builder is reimbursing the buyer for. And so if you've had the right conversation with the buyer, that addendum page isn't a shame page that you should be afraid to look at with your client, like, oh, that one's my compensation. I don't want to show that to them. This is an important page because this is where they're reimbursing you for my fee. And then they look at that page differently, and so do you from that point forward. Here's a conversation we all like to have. How do you handle a builder bonus in the paperwork that we have today? Jennifer.
An amendment to the buyer rep agreement.
Ooh, she got it right out the gate. Good job. All right, so the 2024, well, really the August 17th, 2024, and back in 2022, all of our NAR lawsuit changes that they've made to practices, NAR said that the commission has to be set and it has to be determined ahead of time, an articulate amount. It can't be, or if you get a bonus, you get it. So you're right. It's going to talk about what our commission is, either a dollar amount or a percent. And if there is a bonus, then the bonus has to be accepted by the client. The client has to sign an addendum to the agreement and add that bonus to it. We've sold so many properties here at the company that we've had every possible scenario happen. We did have a situation here recently happen where a client was under contract on a new build. The property that they were on was a spec property, and if they closed that one by the end of the month, there was a 3% bonus. We negotiated that the agent did an amendment to the rep agreement to add that 3%. The buyer wasn't able to close in time, and they ended up contracting on another property anyway, and that other property didn't have a bonus. But there was an amendment to the representation agreement now tying that buyer to a 6% commission, and the commission was only 3% from the builder. The agent did not want to change it. The agent wanted the buyer to pay the 3% because they felt like the buyer breached the agreement because the buyer could have closed on the first one, but they just chose not to because they didn't want to pay rent. And the agent said, I will pay your rent out of my commission so that I get the other 2.5% of my commission. Nightmare situation, right? We find these things all the time. So then we have to sit everyone down and fix it. So what we're asking now is that if there is a bonus, that we tie the bonus to an address in the amendment. That way it self corrects itself. And there's never this situation happening again. So tie the bonus to an address. Earnest money. Okay. Yeah, two. Thank you. We should, when we're talking with the client about the contract and putting one in and they say, let's do it, first question is, what is the earnest money? What is the amount? What is the requirements? Is there going to be additional earnest money if they go to the design center and ask for upgrades? What is the deadline to get the earnest money in? And the most important question we can ask out of all of it is at what point is the earnest money no longer refundable? Some builders will say that it's immediate. It's non-refundable after you sign. So if they terminate for any reason, they're going to lose that earnest money. And some builders have a litany of things that will allow the buyer to terminate and the buyer have a refundable earnest money. We already know if the property doesn't appraise that federal law says these words, notwithstanding any other condition, the buyer cannot suffer the loss of earnest money if the property doesn't appraise, as long as the buyer ordered an appraisal and got the appraisal and it didn't appraise. And so as long as all of that's true, then if it doesn't appraise, the buyer can terminate and get their earnest money back. That's federal law. So that has to be built into the contracts. But outside of that, it can be a little bit messy. So we want to make sure we dog ear this and be asking that question so the client knows. Because sometimes we think what we know about earnest money on resale, it's not the same. Oh, yeah, no, you got an option period and you can do the home inspection. None of that is true. So the inspection may not give the buyer the right to terminate and get their earnest money back. It might be 50% if they terminate during the earnest money, or the builder might say that if any deficiencies happen, they'll fix them and the buyer doesn't have the right to terminate. So again, we just need to know what it says. We can read it and understand it and then ask questions, but we can't tell the client that we understand what we just read. And it's all right. I think what I understand here, Mr. Onsite, is this is what it says. Is that right? And then they say, well, no, or yes, and then the client hears it. So we can communicate that way, but we can't advise our clients on it. And you have a fiduciary duty to walk away from that appointment with your client having a good understanding of all of these contract clauses. Verifying that y'all have the right lot selected, which this has happened before, and the builder had the wrong lot and contracted on the wrong property. That the scope, that there's it's very clear that the floor plan that they put on the lot and where they're going to set it on the lot and whether they're going to put the 1 story or the 1.5 story or the outdoor kitchen, all of that is very set in stone, and that you look at it and you verify it's in the contract. That the price is right. The cost clause. Does anyone know the cost clause?
Is
Nobody?
that the one that got added after COVID where they can adjust the price based on material expansions, etc.?
Yeah, so it was added way before COVID. We just never had it happen before. And COVID was the first real started situations where they started happening, where in the middle of the transaction, the costs for materials increased at such a substantial rate that they increased the cost of the home in the middle of the transaction. We had people start with a $300,000 home, and 4 months later, that $300,000 home was now $450,000. And the agents were furious, and the buyers was furious, and the builder's like, back out, we'll sell it to someone else. We can't help it. The cost to build this home has almost doubled for us. And it was a very difficult time. So that's the cost clause. If the material costs for build a home dramatically increases, the builder can push those increases off to the buyer. It's not like, oh, the home just appreciated value $200,000, and the builders, the same doesn't work in reverse. Deposits and payments, options and upgrades, mortgage contingency, if they're getting a loan, to make sure that the third party financing and all those are attached to the contract. Builder's performance, and what does it say about substantially complete and uh, all of that. Occupancy date, substantially finished, a closing clause, which goes along with substantially finished, and what they can do to close or force close when they believe it's substantially complete. And the rest of this: dispute resolution, change orders, permits, standard of work, licenses, inspections, material substitutions, sign restrictions and resale, insurance, builder warranty, construction delays, contingencies, mineral rights, legal review, uh, broker payments, and acceptance. So these are the ones that you should dog ear and have your client, if they have questions regarding any of these subjects, make sure they point that question to the onsite. When you get to the builder on site, there's a very good chance that your buyer is already pre-approved with your preferred lender. Again, the builder is going to ask them to get pre-qualified with their lender before they're going to agree to going under contract with that buyer. Set the expectation for the buyer is they're probably going to have to go through the pre-qualification process in the model with the onsite when they're putting in an offer, even though they already have one. They're not going to understand why. We have to understand why so we can make sure it's clear to them. There's a lot of lenders out there that are pre-qualifying buyers that should have never gotten pre-qualified. And builders can't trust a general pre-qualification letter because so many builders or so many lenders out there are putting together a pre-qualification letter without even pulling credit. There's a story about a lender a few years ago that happened to Lisa. The lender never pulled credit from the borrower, got under contract, and the borrower couldn't purchase, and they lost their earnest money. And we found out later that they were never a buyer. I mean, they were so far from being able to get qualified, it wasn't even possible. And I contacted the lender and we had a conversation with that. And I was doing an open house that day, and the lender drove to my open house and wrote a personal check for the earnest money to Realty Texas. We deposited and gave the earnest money to the buyer because the buyer did lose their earnest money, and that's how the lender fixed it. But because that happens so often, the lenders can't trust a pre-qualification letter from a borrower. So they really do want to have their lender look at this because them pulling a property off the market's a big deal, and they want to make sure that there is sufficient evidence that this person has the credit necessary to be able to close on this loan and the assets and all the rest. Here's some things that we can talk about after the sale, things that we can do to help us get more referrals, things that we can do to provide even a better level of service. Property tax exemptions are different now than they used to be. We used to have to wait until after January 1st hit before a buyer could file a homestead, but that's not the case. Buyers can do it now, but they need to have their driver's licenses updated with the property address before they can. So, Mr. and Mrs. Buyer, you need to go to the website and update the website on the back of their ID with that number on the back. They can type in that long number and go to that website, and they can change their address live. And then they can print out a paper copy. And when they print out a paper copy, they can upload that paper copy, or they can wait for their license to come in the mail, but they need that updated before they can file for their homestead. And typically, we should be the ones helping them with that. I think it's a very good service that you guys offer, helping them with that. Second, when you're buying new construction a year later, typically the builder is going to come back out for another inspection. And we usually want to schedule this at like month 10. You can have your home inspector come back out, and the buyer can have the pay to have it reinspected, usually for like 50 to $80. It's cheap, especially if they ask them about it up front. And they will come and reinspect the property at that 1 year point and see if anything has changed and see if the home is aging as they expected it to. And they will fix corner pops, nail pops, uh, sheetrock, seam line, tape line issues, seam cracks, broken tiles, those types of things where things are settling over that first year. The builder will come and fix all of those at year 10. So you want to ask the builder about that because some of the small hobby builders don't do that, but most of your bigger production builders do. And so ask the builder if that's a service that they continue to do, and then put something on your calendar to remind yourself to call the client and set that up. And you should be there. It's kind of a cool thing to be there. Follow up to ensure their casualty is active. So a couple days after, hey, you just want to double, triple, quadruple sure that you got liability insurance. Now, if they have a lender involved and that lender has an escrow account, then all of that will have been handled. But if they're a cash buyer, you are the only one that has got their back here, and you're the only one that's in this transaction that could even possibly remind them of this. And so it's squarely on your shoulders in that scenario. Likely they're going to have no idea where their mailbox is, and even the on-site sometimes don't know which cluster box that they're going to get assigned to. So we have to sometimes just figure out where the post office is and give them an extra copy of their closing disclosure so that they can go down and get a copy of their mailbox key. And then the post office will tell them what intersection their cluster mailbox is and issue them a key. Same thing on resale. Sometimes we want to hand over the key from one buyer to the next. I'll tell you about 10 years ago, the Postmaster General came and spoke to the Williamson County Association of Realtors and said, "You all know that you're not supposed to hand over a key, right? That's our key. You don't get to do that. Who's to say that the next person's going to get the same box? You need to return that, have the seller return the key to the post office. That's federal property. They have to give that key back. And then we will determine if we're going to continue that same box. And for security reasons, we don't like to give the same house the same box. We'll only do that if it's the only one left." And my mind was blown because we always just hand over the keys, the garage remote, the mailbox key along with it. But that's not what the post office says that they like to have happen. Although, even though I heard that, I haven't seen a huge change with real estate agents out in the marketplace. So I think the practice that's supposed to be happening is probably not the practice that really is happening out there. Never assume your client knows that you would appreciate referrals. And if you've gotten to this point in the transaction and you're after closing and they still don't know you like referrals, you're doing it all wrong. So you need to go back and take Mega again because something's happened wrong. They need to know how much we appreciate referrals and how much that would impact us in our business.
Can I say something, Jack? If it's
Yes.
okay? You just hit the nail on the dot right there regarding referrals. And I don't know if maybe you can enlighten me a little bit better on this, but I recently received information from a client that's looking to move from one house in Florida to another house in Florida.
Yeah.
And that person told me, "Hey, I want you to be the person finding the referral for me so you can get the referral
Yeah.
fee for that." And I had no idea that 25% of that of the cost of that home would be coming to me. So
Hmm.
if you didn't know this, this is something that you can help people nationally. You're doing a referral. Correct me if I'm
So
wrong, Jack.
So Mario, you're new to the table, and we're really excited to
Yes,
have you here.
very new.
You are sharing to them something that I was preaching to them about in the second day of Mega, when I was helping them understand and blowing their mind. That said, when you're asking for referrals, you say, if you know anyone looking to buy, sell, or lease a home anywhere in the world, I know what it takes to be a good agent. I know what it takes to find a good agent. I can help you find a rock star agent that will assist you with your purchase wherever you are, New York, wherever. So exactly right. And so that fell out of the sky into your lap, Mario, but that's true. We need to be calling every single person in our
Yes.
database.
Yes.
Uh,
And it's not just selling their house, but when they move to the next location, they're going to need a realtor for that location. So at that point, you also send a referral. And it's 25% of the sale of the home. So you do the math. I think everyone here would shake north to south to say they want that money.
well, Mario, I definitely want you to go back and, if you have time, listen to all of the megas since the first of the month, which are all on YouTube, and there'll be an email that goes out to you after class, which can get you caught up, and then your mind is probably going to be blown by the time you show up on Monday and we're ready for bulletproof transactions. What do you think, class? All right, welcome to
Mario.
Absolutely taken. Yes.
I love it. All right, awesome. Schedule an in-home visit 3 weeks after closing. I always like to have a phone call or a Zoom and just check in with them. All right, so how are you guys doing? How's the house? Are you guys loving it? What are you struggling with? What do you need help with? Well, actually, we have a list. Excellent. And it's usually they're not calling me, and usually I only find out about these things when I call them. And they really appreciate it too. There's also something that I do that I've always done this, and Barbara McLaughlin stole it from me and she started doing it. I asked them at some point during, especially with buyers, and I just did this with my clients I closed on last week. I always ask them, what's your family's favorite junk food? What's your favorite like takeout food? And it's always something. And Chick-fil-A or whatever, pizza, whatever, hamburgers. And I find out, and I'm just, they have no idea what I'm asking, why I'm asking. And then I find out what day they're moving, and then I have we're going to be moving on Friday. I'm like, oh, really? What time? I'm going to swing by. What time are you guys going to be there? And then I bring more food that they could ever eat over to them, along with, soda and paper plates and all the things because they're moving and that's horrible. That's not fun. And I bring them their favorite food so that they have it and I get to give them all a hug and see them. And then off I go and I'm not there for more than 10 minutes. So, and I like to get there early, not after they're always sweating and exhausted, but before the whole thing happens. And if I get there before them, then I'm going to leave everything for them in the kitchen because usually there's still a key somewhere. All right. And then again, don't forget to call your client on month 10. Blinds, appliances, property taxes. The last thing we're going to talk about before we actually end the day is improved versus non-improved property taxes. I've had situations in the past where a client has closed on a home and the builder had built the home, started maybe in February and maybe ended in August, and the assessment was from the year before. Remember, taxes are paid in arrears, and the lot was completely 100% unimproved that year before. So, because it was unimproved, when the lender pulls the taxes, they're going to pull the prepaids based on that. Now, the seller is going to give them a credit. So, the credit took down their closing costs, but they didn't take that money and put it in an escrow account. And so it just felt like the amount that they had cash to close was less and their payment was a lot less. And then out of nowhere, 5 months in after the assessment comes out, their payment goes up and it explodes. It goes from 18 to